Hello. Well, here I am coming in live, meaning you don't need a seance to get in touch with me. Isn't that handy? Or a medium. Here I am, D. Ocean Swagger, your extra large medium, who is actually shrinking kind of rapidly since I went on keto. Um, won't be an extra large medium for very long, I guess. But it is D. Ocean of D. Ocean's Deep Woo. And this is ocean's deep, deep woo. We do the deepest woo. We do the deepest woo we can do. I mean, it can get pretty deep sometimes. I need my hip boots for some of it. I mean, let's face it, not all conspiracy theories are created equal, but we try to at least look at them and keep our minds open, but not so much that our brains fall out, But then again, that's up to you. I mean, if you want your brain to fall out, that's totally okay too, but I'm not cleaning it up. Um, you want to come up here, cowboy? And yes, we looks like we may have a guest spot by, one of our favorites here, Mr. Cowboy. He might actually deign to go on camera for a little bit. We don't know. He's a cat, so who knows? Anyway, so Christmas is coming. Christmas is Xmas, and some people get upset because when you say Xmas, but really it's the same thing. That X was actually used at one time. I looked into this. It's just, don't worry about it. Nobody's going to get in trouble for saying Xmas. It's not disrespectful. Um, that's that was just the shortened form. Um, and I forget what all the research was I did. I've done so much, literally so much research on all this stuff for so many years that I just freaking can't remember half of it. But honestly, it's not anymore. It there's so many things that I think it's ridiculous to argue over. But people do that. There's so many things like that. Anyway, so I thought I'd do one just for the heck of it, because I'm not very. Uh, I'm. I don't have any family left. So doing something about Christmas is often kind of weird. Christmas feels a little weird. It's a family holiday, and I don't really have a physical family to share that with, except for a few scattered cousins that I'm not even sure of their whereabouts. And so, fortunately, I have friends, which in some ways is a lot better. I mean, you really do pick your family, right? I mean, so many of you already know this, and it's a given that we don't come in here necessarily born to our real family, do we? We come in with a lot of challenges, mostly. As a matter of fact, most of us were had a lot of challenges with our family. Isn't that the truth? Yeah, because um, and Christmas is a very emotional time. All the family holidays are. It brings out a lot of emotions in people. It also set up the way they are to be very, very capitalized. It also brings out a lot of other problems, and money problems being one of the biggest things that separates couples. And it brings that out too. It's almost a landmine time, a dangerous time sometimes. I really used to envy people for whom it was, you know, Christmas was fun, and they actually had fun over Christmas. I was one of the people who actually had a lot of strife over Christmas. My parents were older, and after I figured out that there was no Santa Claus, they didn't feel like putting up a tree either. They didn't see any point in doing all this Christmassy stuff. That just gives you some idea, you know. And so I would drag after I think I was about 9 or 10 when I started dragging the tree down from the attic, clearing out a place for it and setting it up myself so we'd have a tree. And then usually after I'd set it up, then they'd feel like decorating it and stuff. Oh yeah, then that's the fun part. But, and it was a fake tree. So that, and, right around my birthday, because I was like, damn it, I'm still going to have some fun. I'm still going to have some of the beauty of Christmas, regardless of how drab you're going to try and make it for me. And then afterwards, they were glad I put it up and people would compliment it and, and it'd be like, oh, yes, we have a nice tree. But that, um, if you had that kind of upbringing, that's vastly different. When I see people who are being spoiled by the grandparents and, they get all the family together and they do family things, it's just, it's so, I don't know what that's like. I have no idea what that's like. I never did. I've never experienced that. It's weird that some people get to do that. So, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking, what do we want for Christmas? I mean, for a lot of people, and we know that this was really based on solstice because, there is an astrological occurrence that happens every winter solstice. And we'll go into that maybe closer to solstice, but I have done some shows on that already on what that's all about. And really hello, Louis. Oh, you had a cute dream about cats earlier this week, and one of them talked in human language. Sure, it wasn't a Lyran. But yeah, I've had cats talk in human language. You talk sometimes, don't you, cowboy? Sometimes you talk. What'd you find to play with down there? I hear you playing with something. What is that? I don't know what he was playing with, but he was having a good time with it. He looked like he found a bit of something to play. You know what? They're so happy. I get him something for Christmas. It could be literally, it could be a box that something else came in. Oh, Cowboy was one of them that talked in human language? Cool. What did they say, Louis? We, inquiring minds want to know. Sounds like a wonderful dream. I wouldn't mind having a dream like that. Were they saying anything wise or were they just being cats? Were they just being like, well, it's about time? You know what? You're the second one of the crew that's told me that they've dreamed about Cowboy. One of them was wanting most of the attention. Okay. Well, Pam had a dream where she swears Cowboy came and visited her in this dream. She swears he was there. And you know what? I wouldn't put it past him. None of my cats are normal cats. They never have been. I swear, when I look back on it, none of my cats have been normal cats. Or whatever normal cats are. I'm not even sure any of them are normal. I'm not even sure about that. Wow. I can kind of see my aura on. Well, that's really neat. I'm kind of seeing my aura on the screen here. which is freaky because it's a camera on a phone. How am I seeing my aura? It's sort of blue-green. Hmm. Well, Cowboy is black and white. He's really the only one that is black and white. Ah, black with white belly cat. Oh, like a tux cat, like a tuxedo kitty. I'm trying to remember which one that was. That might have been Davy. I don't remember. Which one did I have that was a tux? Anyway, oh, well, Davy was actually a female. We named her before we found out she was female. Might have been Davy. But yeah, it might have been Davy Cat. Or another kitty. But I've had many black cats. Many. Are you how many times he's going after the couch now in there? Only thing is he does still sharpen his claws on the wicker couch. And I tell him he's got to watch that because he's going to make a hole in that couch one of these days, and I'm not going to be happy with him. Anyway, but you know, he won't scratch on a scratch post. I don't know why. He's Mr. Important. He will use the carpet though sometime. I'm thinking I need to get a nice carpet scrap and make him something spatial to scratch on. Yeah, but you know, he's my baby, so I just yell at him. I don't punish him. He's he's too much of a he's a lover, not a fighter. I can't stand. He's such a love bug. I can't stand to do. I hope I'm not being remiss when but I know I'm not because it doesn't usually do any good anyway. um, he just needs something. Um, and maybe that's what I get him for Christmas is get something like that. Yeah, the carpet is better. I don't mind if he does the carpet. He's not going to get through the carpet like he is the couch. I'm surprised that couch has held up as long as it has. It's held up through 3 cats already. So anyway, just talking about holiday angst today. Holiday angst is probably one of the worst ones. I've been hitting the hay really early and missing a lot of my chats, my live chats, and I'm kind of missing them. But I've been actually getting some sleep, which is probably a good thing. And yet, it is so cold here, and I realized I don't have that. I've had like 3 neighbors are gone now. 3 neighbors have left us within the past month. Yeah, a month or two. So we got 3 empty apartments down here, which is probably why it's not as warm on this end. If your 2 neighbors are not warming their apartments, then your apartment's going to be chilly. You know, they're not keeping you warm either. So, um, yeah, so it's cold. I'm having to turn up my heat finally. And I don't know. I keep thinking for Christmas, this Christmas as, a time of, it's really solstice, but I like the whole idea of Christmas giving as an exercise in being generous and kind and expressing love for people. I like that whole thing. Oh, two are two have passed on, and one is in hospice, so he's expected to pass on. He won't be back. It's getting kind of lonely on this end. And then I think I just heard about another one heading out on a stretcher. Like I told you, I I think that's what one of my neighbors was talking about earlier today, but I didn't get a chance to stop her and ask her. But she said something about the guy beside her and how he had some, and it sounded like maybe he was, you know, getting ready to leave too, or maybe had left. So I don't know. Some people are hanging on pretty well, and some people are just leaving. So, and it makes me wonder because what, well, I guess it's probably not that unheard of around Christmas time. It's not that unheard of when the weather starts to really get cold and people end up having all kinds of things. And, and how many of them got the experiment? Most of them got the experiment, by the way. So, yeah. So I thought I'd do a show on what do we really want for Christmas. We can set some intentions up and use the solstice to draw them in if we can get clear about what we really want to have. We can start drawing that in. I would like some nice new neighbors one of the things I would like is some nice new neighbors I could really be good friends with. Uh, I was thinking about that. It's like maybe I'd like to see some neighbors come in that I'd really like as friends. So, stuff like that. Since the family thing is out, and I thought I would do maybe some intention work tonight, maybe some clearings and some exercises to get us back into feeling who we are, and I think in the meantime, while people are trying to well, find the channel, see if anybody got the note. Yeah, I'm lucky you got the note, Lewis. Seems like people haven't been getting there. No. Oh, hi, Circle K. Whew. I was thinking it was just going to be me and Lewis for a while there. It usually takes about a good half hour for people to actually get the notification and come in and say something. I notice. Hey, how are you doing? And yeah, I'm just talking about what I'd kind of like to see in this next year. What I'd kind of like to see for Christmas if I had a choice of a Christmas present or a solstice gift. It's actually, we know that Christmas didn't happen at this time of year anyway. I mean, we know that there's a background here. There's a lot of talk about what's really going on at Christmas solstice, at the winter solstice, and about Christmas. I've done videos about it before, but so we're not going to go into that. But I think that it's just a beautiful practice to give people that you love gifts. give you a holiday where we give each other gifts. It's sort of like I'll celebrate Thanksgiving because it's a day to remember to give thanks. And beyond that, I'm Native American. Yeah, I'm not that thrilled that a bunch of people came in and took the land. But then again, I'm here. I'm, my dad was Danish. I wouldn't be who I am if it wasn't for that happening. So I guess I gotta just um, be good with it, I'm not gonna start. Oh, you're a weird neighbor. Are you Circle K? Oh, a magnetic phone charger. I've got a magnetic phone charger cable on my phone right now. I found it on Amazon. It was only like $12 or something for a set of magnetic cables and bits that you put in your phone and stuff that make a magnetic. Yeah, they're not very expensive at all, Lewis. You can get them pretty cheap. A microwavable hot pillow teddy bear, a hot. Oh, kind of like a heating pad. The thing with the whatever micro stuff inside it that you put in the microwave and heat it up, and then you got a warm. You know what? I got something like that. I call it Cowboy. He's my hot water bottle. He's wearing a permanent parka, so he's always warm. If I can just apply him anywhere that I need the heat, right? Just apply the cat wherever you need to be warm. And he purrs as well, right? Right? And he purrs, all that, and he purrs. Here he is. Here he is. Mr. Cowboy Cat. Here he is. Hero of the day. There he is in all his glorious catness. He wants to get his back petted and he wants to play. There he is. Mr. Cowboy. Okay, you're such a sweet little guy. Yes, there's my sweet little guy. Decided to join the party, did you? You decided to make just a little spot performance for all your adoring fans so they don't get lonely without you? Purr, 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 purr. I don't know if you can hear that, but he's purring. You're going to want extra treats for this, aren't you? Going to want extra cat treats? Okay. Oh, those neck pillows. Yeah, those are nice. Hey, Sandra. Hey, Barry. How you doing? Oh, yeah, with lavender. Oh, I love lavender. That would be nice. That would be nice. You know what, too? I got some oils that I use and I heat up so that I got dragon's blood and I got amber fire right now. The static on his hair looks like he's ready to strike. Oh, that's the thing. He's got rough looking fur because he's got a two coat fur. And so it always looks kind of wet and broken. Um, unless you're combing it, slicking it down with a slicker brush. He is wearing a permanent parka. His underneath coat is very curly like a sheep and very fine and fuzzy and curly like a sheep wool. And then his top coat is um, much more coarse and slippery. And really, when he's brushed down, he's so slippery. I mean, he feels like satin, really. But it's just perfect if you think a cold, wet place. The fuzzy hair would be insulation, and then the coarser hairs are like a bunch of little umbrellas, or like he's wearing basically a parka. He's really adapted to the cold. So this weather for him, he's happy. He's happy as anything. He's loving it. Oh, dog food is getting expensive. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So Barry is wants for Christmas is a great big bag of dog food for the dog. Oh yeah, the neck pillows. Your microwave quit working a long time ago though. Hmm. I'm sorry to hear that, Circle K. If I could ship you one, I've got a spare one. You could just have it if you lived anywhere nearby. I do have a spare. It's red. Dog food is getting expensive. Well, if you've got people food that's meat, you could supplement with some kind of people food berry. I know that may be expensive too, but not everything. I mean, hamburger meat or something maybe, or 3 months supply of raw chicken. Oh yes, yeah. Now he's mostly very peaceful kitty, but when his hunting instinct gets triggered, oh my gosh, he's right on it. He's way faster than he looks. I mean, you know, the phone cord moves and he just like pounces. It's like whew, it's like whoa, and he's got pretty big claws. I mean, I can tell when he grabs my hand, if he wanted to do damage, he could do some serious damage with those claws. He's got pretty big claws, but so I tell him, don't do that with a phone cord. I don't want a fried kitty cat. Mm. Hey, Crave Dog, how you doing? Popping in for a minute before dinner time. Yay! I don't care about the microwave. Uh-uh. Well, but I would give it to you. Yeah. Well, welcome, Crave Dog. Ooh, doo, 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 doo. Yeah, well, it's like there is a metaphysical aspect to this too. It's like when we set our intentions forth, we can and we know we can create things with our intentions. It's like sometimes good to get clear about what we do want. What would we like to see? I mean, like I said, I'd like to see some nice neighbors that I would be able to get along with and have fun with and be friends with. That would be great because we're finally starting to have activities here again in this building, thank goodness. So I'm finally getting to meet some people. Today we had coffee. So we have coffee at 11 on Wednesdays, and people get together. And person who does the coffee makes really good coffee too. So that's nice. So that started to happen because during the lockdowns and stuff, it was bad here. It was really lonely. I'm so glad I had this cat. I'm so glad I had Cowboy. Hey, James Ortiz. Have to give up buying coffee from coffee shop and brew. You know what? But it's better if you brew it yourself. Anyway, because um, you know what? Let me tell you, if you haven't tried it, there is this stuff, and it's not going to turn out to be that expensive because after you after you start having it for a little while, you'll want less coffee. You won't crave coffee as much, but there's mushroom coffee. And you can get it from Amazon, and I'm telling you, it seems like it's kind of expensive. It's an instant type coffee, but I'm getting I've tried several kinds of it, the kinds with several different kinds of functional mushrooms. It's so good. And at first, you want a lot of it. You want to have more and more. And then after a while, you realize you're not craving coffee like you used to. And you can get by with a cup or maybe two a day. Pretty soon you're having a cup a day, and pretty soon you're off coffee and you can take it or leave it. Because I used to be a coffeeholic. And yeah, mushroom coffee, it's pretty good. Hemp coffee, I haven't had that yet. Oh, cue the 70s hallucinations. They're not that kind of mushrooms, but that would be fun, wouldn't it? That would be great. Oh man, yeah, I just had shroom coffee. Ooh, cowboy. Cowboy, you're all purple and blue. What? Anyway, well, people are filing in. I guess it's time to do this. Hmm. All I want for Christmas is a fun ET, a fun ET, yes, a fun ET. Hi, Anonymous Rex. How are you doing? With a stranger woman. Stranger than who? Stranger than me? That's pretty strange. A stranger woman. Um, okay. He wants to get abducted and experimented on. Woo! You probe happy saucer jockeys? Get off my lawn. Something I don't know. Okay. Uh, oh, you want to fly the ship? I hear that sometimes they let people do that. I wonder sometimes about that, but yeah, that would be fun. I'm getting to the point where I can sometimes see my aura on the camera and I'm just like tripping out on it. Sometimes I'm like, how in the heck is that possible even? I don't understand. But then again, there's Curly in photography, I guess. So I know, you know what? It was funny because one time we were at Max's remote viewing class thing and he had us doing something, and I ended up, instead of on the ground looking at what was on the ground, I was up in a ship with some blue guys who saw me. They smiled at me. Hey, you know, I got a feeling they were all happy to see. Hey, this area. And I, I was like, wow, this is really cool. I could see the planet down there, and I'm like looking at the continents and stuff as we're like drifting by, and I'm like, this is really cool. I didn't know what I was looking at. Of course, I'm not very good at geography, but yeah, I'm just there like, hey guys, can I hang out a little bit up here with you? And it's like, yeah, okay. It remote viewing is great, man. You gotta get with that. Remote viewing is really a lot of fun sometimes. Well, it seems like a lot of them. Yeah, I think they were from Sirius. Yeah, I am serious about that. I think they were from somewhere in Sirius system. Um, Aliens would bring grumbling, just shoot them down and get out. Hmm. Um, well, it was funny to me how friendly they were and how not surprised. It was odd. It was like, here I am. I'm like, oh, somehow when I'm checking this out, I'm on a ship. And here are these blue guys. And their heads weren't really out of proportion with their bodies, though. It's kind of strange. You kind of expect that, but these guys weren't. They had about what you'd expect. I mean, about same proportions as we do with their bodies and their heads, but their heads weren't shaped like ours. They were a little more flatter on top and more to the back, sort of like they say some of the pharaohs had. So it was not like bigger this way, it was flatter this way and bigger in back a bit, kind of different, a little bit different configuration. Now, some experiencers say that those would be the Syrians. But then again, there's many, 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 many species. Um, yeah, you know what? There are places on YouTube that'll teach you remote viewing, and there are all kinds of books written on it. A lot of I found out I was remote viewing without knowing it. I didn't know what I was doing, but I was actually remote viewing, and actually I was even traveling out of my body without knowing that I was doing it too. I had done that before and just didn't realize it. So a lot of times you're already doing this stuff. You just didn't realize that's what you were doing. I mean, I hear that from people a lot is, geez, in that case, I've been doing this since I was a kid. Sometimes when you think you're daydreaming, you're not daydreaming. Um, but yeah. Well, Max has a place where Max Vision has a channel where, and that's usually at late night on weekends, kind of late on weekend. Yeah, he does on Friday and Saturday night. He usually does remote viewing class where you can go and practice remote viewing, and you practice with pictures, seeing if you can come up with anything that's on the pictures that he shows, and then we talk like we do here. And so I'd say, check out Max Vision. And it's a fun channel too. I mean, he's a cool guy. I like Max. He's really John. Max is really the cat. So Max Vision is really kitty vision. Let's see. Other alien species you have met: reptilians and Pleiadian girl. Okay. Yeah, I've seen the Pleiadians, the Pleiadian type. I think I've seen. Um, well, I tend to see mine have usually been with the Pleiadian type and the blue and bluish type people seem to be the ones that I see most of the time. So in my dreams, and it's usually in my dreams, I don't know if I have been physically. I know that I have been physically taken because I've woke up with the triangles on me. I even have a picture of the triangle it left on my arm. They leave little tiny triangles on you. I don't know what that is, but a lot of us find that we end up with these tiny equilateral triangles, red marks on us. Yeah. So, wonder if alien hybrids slept with them. I'm pretty sure they did. I'm only asked because I wonder how contactees know that it's not coming from themselves. Well, at first you think you might be going nuts, but I know because I was pretty good in psychology. I almost became a psychologist. That if you're willing to question that, then you're probably not crazy. Because most insane people are quite sure that they're right. But people who are more sane will have a tendency to question these things. So if you're sitting there questioning it, chances are, it's not you, which is kind of a catch-22 for some people. Used to get nosebleeds often. Yeah, that's another thing. You do get, well, yeah, I really do respond to my chat room here. This is, if you haven't been here very much, this is kind of a chat-driven channel. I mean, we are really sensitive to the chatters here. Okay, and I'm going to do my spiel here. We are deep woo. We do every kind of woo. Okay, I mean, whether it be metaphysical, paranormal, spiritual, ghosts, cryptids, time slips, UFOs, USO, UAPs, whatever you have. I mean, conspiracy theories, whatever you got. We'll look at any kind of woo and just weird shit that happens to you. We don't care. We'll look into that and we'll talk about it. And this is mostly driven by the audience. What does the audience want to know about this stuff? What can we bring forward and what can you bring forward with your experiences? So that's pretty much what this channel does. And please be kind to the experiencers. Being an experiencer isn't easy. You don't usually get rich quick. Okay, usually you have the opposite. People usually give you all kinds of harassment over it. I mean, people have lost a lot coming forward, telling people about what has happened to them. So please be nice to the experiencers. Most of us are experiencers in some way, shape, or form. And if you want to share your experiences, I can give you a link and you can come in and tell us about your experiences. So if you want that, if you want me to throw a link, just say, I want that. I want to come on and tell you something. So it's sort of like a call in. Okay. Yeah. And dreams. And I'm pretty sure, oh, Dr. Mamadi, I am not a doctor. I am not qualified to be a doctor, but yeah, I almost went into psychotherapy. And now I'm kind of sorry that I didn't get a degree in that, because I would sure be making a lot of money now with as many crazy folks as there are running around. I sure would have plenty of work. But, oh, hey, Gladys. Gladys Q. Kravitz. Um, Chills. Ooh. Yeah, see, that's it. Um, that, well, I think sometimes we see it as a dream because it's less threatening. Um, but yeah, a lot of us find we have these triangles or some other thing going on with our body. Some people have even had mud on their feet, or mud on their shoes, or, and they didn't go anywhere, or, sometimes there's other things that are kind of little telltale signs that we weren't in our bed all night. I used to get nosebleeds really bad. I hated that when I was a kid. I used to get nosebleeds really bad, and my father too. I'm not really happy about that, let me tell you. When I found out what that was, that was one of the signs that you were being abducted by the Greys, I wasn't happy about it at all. Also, I probably do have a lot of little hybrid children out there, because I was bothered for a long time with them. And I don't know. There's some people that say they're actually positive, but I don't know. I'm not sure, didn't feel positive to me. So, well, thank you, Crave Dog. Yeah, I'd be great. Oh, well, thank you, Anonymous Rex. That's very kind of you to say so. Yeah, I think dreaming probably is a connection to our consciousness. It's probably also a safe way to explain it to us. I mean, your dreams will often try to give you a easier way. We'll try to tell you in a way that you can handle something's going on. If you sitting there thinking it's a dream, that's a lot easier than thinking, oh, I've been abducted, for a lot of people. I mean, a lot of people don't want to think they've been, that's scary, that they've been abducted. Of course, some of you want to be abducted. Well, I hope you get abducted by nice ones. Emailing you my UFO. Oh, cool. Oh, yes, my email. Let me put that up. If you have something that you want me to put, if you give me, if you have something you want me to show the class, there is my email. And thank you. I can't go to it or I'll interrupt the stream, Gladys. But I promise I will take a look at it. Do I have permission to put it in our MeWe chat group so that everybody can see it? Thank you. Yeah, I really think maybe I am doing that kind of work. Woohoo! My table just moved. Maybe I'm actually doing that kind of work right now in some regards, because I am kind of helping people. Wait, I gotta move this now. Too close. It's just too up close and personal. Honestly, I think I might be doing the same kind of work, because I often help people who have had paranormal metaphysical experiences of some kind, and I'm kind of able to help them in a way. I'm like, I'm not getting paid. I don't ask for pay, but I gleefully accept tips. But I help a lot of people who have had strange paranormal experiences. And that's something that a psychologist would not be able to do most of the time. So I'm kind of doing that kind of work, but in an entirely different way. I mean, if you're having, you know, supernatural issues around your place, I know about that stuff. I can help with that stuff. If you're having supernatural issues about yourself, I know about that. I can help. If you're having alien experiences, or if you're having some other kind of thing. I mean, if you've seen a cryptid, I know about all of these things. I can actually help you deal with that. Um, Probably better than a psychologist would be able to do that hasn't looked into all of that. So, in a way, helping you feel a little less crazy, because usually that's a pretty normal response, is people wonder if they're going nuts. Am I going nuts, or why am I having this nosebleed all the time? Right? Um, and that's the way that is. Um, well, yeah, I guess I am. And I have done that, and I can do that remotely. I don't need, now here's another reason you want to learn remote viewing is I don't physically need to go anywhere. I can bilocate. I can go where you are and check out spiritual issues from here. I don't have to travel to do that. I can look at it from a distance and see it. Um, I can, even with permission, look at it from your point of view. And quite often I do that. I ask for that permission. May I look at it from your point of view? So, yeah, I've heard of Zach Bagans, and I don't watch that kind of stuff, really. Well, yeah, it's kind of cool to be crazy. Well, frankly, I don't think that some of the so-called crazy people are as crazy as they think. I've run into a lot of people that some think they're crazy, but actually what they are is they're having metaphysical experiences that they just don't understand and don't know how to deal with it, and so that can make you crazy. Also, I've run into targeted individuals that the targeting, the gang stalking and stuff, can make you feel crazy. And in gang stalking, that's actually the one of the intentions, is to make you look and feel crazy. It's a kind of touch-free torture. So, and I know about that too. I mean, in fact, I've got understanding of so many things. I mean, I've got understanding of everything from mud flood events to mud fossils to um, I've checked out a lot of truther channels, so I'm aware of a lot of the truther theories going on around, and some of the theories that have turned into facts. And right now, most of my conspiracy theories turned into facts. And so I'm always looking for new conspiracy theories to look into, just to see which ones are going to turn out to be true. You have people come to yeah, TIs. Yeah, that's what they're called, TIs. Uh-huh. Crazy like a fox. That's right, Gladys. Yeah, you know what? People will, if I'm on a bus, and I don't have a car right now, so I'm on a bus from time to time. If I'm on a bus, sometimes people will just look at me and start talking, say, somehow I feel like you'll know what I'm talking about. And usually they're right. I just have a feeling you'll understand this. And they'll come to me with some kind of a spiritual problem or some kind of a weird thing that happened. And it's like, yeah, I do know about that. And yeah, I can help you with that. I can help you understand what happened to you. I might even be able to point you to get some other help besides myself. So I am doing that. Um, so if you're that kind of a person, bless you, because honestly, people need help with this. It's not that easy. Archaics, I've heard of archaics. Um, oh, Linda Bennett came in. Hey, Linda, how you doing? Yeah. And YJ is in. All I want for Christmas is for everyone who loves someone to feel great about saying so. I love you. I love all of you too. Um, hey, Tim. Some people who've had contact will know when they're around from an immediate and very loud tone in the ears. Interesting. I get those a lot. I've heard that. And I actually have heard that too. I've heard that that happens, and I've also heard those tones and thought to myself, I wonder if that's them. Maybe it's not tinnitus, right? Sandra Heath. Sandra's here. And let me see who all made it in, who all got the note that I'm here. We've got shout outs to Louis Ta was the first one, and then we had Circle K, Crave Dog, Barry, Kustachin, James Ortiz, Circle K. Let's see, Anonymous Rex. Oh, I'm trying to kind of make some noise to vamp while I'm looking through all the names. And then Linda finally came in, and Gladys Kravitz, um, and Linda Bennett and Sandra Heath. I love Heath bars. Used to love those as a kid. Anyway, Sandra is here. And yeah, I think I got y'all. And YJ Overlander. Yeah, tinnitus and the tones, it would be easy to confuse the two. I guess it would. And I think people do sometimes. I think they do think that they are getting tinnitus or something, and really they're just trying to be contacted. You got to realize that some of these beings are on a different, they're just on a different vibratory level than we are. Speak of it. Okay, we're talking about it. Here it is. I can hear them right now, this moment. Very, very high pitched. It's soft. It's not very loud. High pitched sort of singing noise in my ear, mostly in the left ear. Yeah, definitely. Yes. We have made contact. So somebody's listening. Oh, now it's gone to my right ear too. Now I'm getting it in both ears. Well, whoever you are, hi. Good to hear from you. Whatever it is they're saying, I guess I'll translate it later. My brain will translate it maybe later. Yeah. Trying to describe the ringing tone. Yeah. That's like right now. A lot of what I think I know is internal conjecture. Why, Jay? Well, you know what? But uh, you might be right. I mean, this one's very high. It's like, oh well, I deal with angels quite a lot actually. So, and did you guys know that we are given angels? They're like programs. They're like extensions of ourselves. You can call them angels or you can call them whatever you want. But angels is fine. It's what I call mine because it's convenient to call them that. Oh, now they're really getting, now there's a bunch of these tones. Yes, I'm introducing you all. And these beings are like extensions of myself. You can tell them what you need done. If you need protection, you can tell them, protect me. Angels attend me. Protect and defend. You can tell them to help bring you certain people into your life or certain experiences into your life that you need. Put them to work. You'd be surprised what you might be able to do. Now, if you're doing this strictly for like for bad negative purposes, or if you're trying to use them for very you know, unsavory purposes, I wouldn't do that. But yes, I can. Really high pitched tones. And there's lots of them now. Oh, wow. I wonder what they're trying to tell me because, like I said, we've got to step it down to be able to translate it. And I do. Oh yeah, I get that buzzing feeling sometimes too. See, that's what this show is about. This is a very heavily uh, influencer, not, how can I say, experiencer influence here. That is the experiencers, please feel free. Most of us are experiencers, and you may find you have a home here if you are. Or if you're just curious, this may be a good place for you too, because honestly, there are a lot of experiencers that come in here and feel free finally to share. There are people who come in here to this channel and say, oh my God, you mean I can just talk? You mean I don't have to hold back everything? You mean I don't have to act like this never didn't really even happen to me? Like maybe this is crazy to even that. Yeah, you don't have to hold back because most of us have experienced. And so we're not probably, please don't judge these people, no matter how odd their stories seem, because honestly, it's not easy to come forward. Like I said, this channel is all based on the experiencer, really. And if we keep sharing our experiences, we are disclosure. We don't need disclosure. Do we really need the government telling us what we already know? We are disclosure. We are the disclosure. That's the truth. Believe it. Okay? Friendman and Angel and Alondra met. Well, you know what? We're going to have readings again. If you want, if you keep that, if you keep needing that, well, maybe you can find out if the next time we do readings. Okay, I love you too, Linda. And you have a blessed night and day or whatever you have. Thanks for stopping by. We miss you when you're not around. Hey, Brandy, how are you doing? Yeah, basically, I want this to be a channel all about experiences and experiencers because, when it was me and I didn't know anything, I didn't know anything about cryptids. I knew about UFOs. I didn't know everything. I didn't, I knew about ghosts, spirits, all kinds of things. I knew about all kinds of things, but there's a lot of things that I didn't know about. And if it wasn't for people telling their stories, I wouldn't even know what happened to me. Like there's so many experiences that I had that were just weird, man. And I had just thrown them in the that's really fucking weird file. Pardon my language. That's really effing weird. And Like, what do I do with that? And you can't tell anybody because it's too weird, right? So you just kind of file it in the back and maybe forget it. But then you hear somebody's story and it's like, oh my God, that must have been a dog man. I think I have been in very close proximity of a dog man because of what happened to me in a cornfield one time. But I wouldn't turn around. I kept hearing in my mind, turn around, turn around. It's like I wouldn't turn around and look at whatever it was. I was really tired. I was really in a lot of pain because I have fibro. I've had fibro for many years now. And I was really exhausted. I had chronic fatigue too. I was just in a lot of pain. I was not about to run. And I heard something walking behind me in my footsteps. And here's this guy I hear on somebody else's show uh, telling the same sort of story in Ohio, where I am, right where I was. And I remember saying I heard them walking, and it was like a little game. And it was like somebody was screwing with me. When I'd stop, they'd stop. When I'd start, they'd start. It was like a cartoon or something. And what I did was I was just so tired and so in pain that I said, you know what? I hear you. And I hear you telling me to turn around and look. I'm too tired. I know you want me to run, don't you? I'm not going to run. I'm too tired to run. You got two choices. You can either do whatever you want to do, whatever it is you're going to do to me, you're going to do to me, because I know I'm not going to be fast enough at this point to run from whatever you are. This is what I was thinking. I didn't realize that I did mind speak either. I didn't know that's what I was doing. I think I was saying something like this out loud. I was doing some of it in my mind, though. I finally said out loud, I'm not going to run, so you either do what you're going to do or just leave me alone. And I'm not going to turn around. I'm going to head to the car, and all I'm trying to do is get back to my car through this field and go home because I hurt. I'm tired. I ain't running. You know what? It stopped. It stopped. You know what I think? See, this guy that was telling it, he had almost the same kind of thing happen, but he didn't have fibro, and he turned around, and it turned out to be a dog man, and it scared the living crap out of him, and it chased him. You know what I think? I don't think that some of these things are really so much trying to kill people as they're just looking for a good time. They're bored and they want to chase you. They want something to chase. It's like this thing, whatever was following me, wanted something to chase. He wanted me to run, turn around. And I hope you run, get ready to run. It was the kind of thoughts that were coming into my head. I'm like, I'm not running. I'm too tired to run. It has saved me, I think. Um, oh, you just got home from singing. Yeah, storming. Power's out. Good. Oh, yeah, the government controls all kinds of things. They do. They don't want people to know. They want all the power for themselves. Knowledge is power. Right. I'd rather we didn't get the government disclosure because they're perpetual liars and everything they say is utter convolution. Yeah, as soon as we get confirmation of some kind from them, it's probably going to be a lie anyway. Why do we even care? You got home from singing. Good. I sing too. Someday we got to sing together. Yeah. So, anyway, Stan Sly and the Family Stone. Cool. I saw a circle of angels with a big blue robed torso. Sandra Heath says, big blue robed torso in the foreground. Someone said it was Michael because he's big. I was trying to go to sleep. That's amazing. Yes, you know what? Michael has been seen as a huge figure, a giant. If you remember, okay, and we've talked about this on this show before. Apparently, at one time we were giants. There were many giants here. Yeah. Get off my cloud, Rolling Stones. Yeah. Hey, hey, he, get off of my cloud. Yeah, Dee was like, not today. It's like, I'm too tired. I haven't had coffee. I'm in a lot of pain. I'm not going to run. Sorry about your luck. If you're going to kill me, well, there you go. I'm not going to be able to run away anyway. I'm not that fast. I'm no fun. You know, I must have been such a crashing disappointment to that poor dog. If that was a dog man, he's probably like, shoot, I can just like see him going, she's not fun. She's not going to be any fun. But I'm like that with a lot of things. It's like when you're supposed to be afraid, I know that the thing to not do is be afraid. The thing you got to do is drop that shit and be strong, be neutral. And I know how to be neutral. If you can be neutral, you can usually get out of whatever you're in. Yeah. Now see, Gladys had something similar happen. Another experience, but it was somewhere else and you didn't turn around either. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit terrified, and then I see the look in your eyes. I think when we see energy angels like Michael, we're not actually seeing them physically, says YJ, but through quantum entanglement, and that's how they can be everywhere. Here, there, and everywhere. I feel it's because what we're seeing is a program, kind of like the Doctor holographic program in one of the Star Trek series, is that we're given these angels, and here in the Matrix, they're like, oh gosh, I forgot to do my disclaimer. Remember, this is just tips, tricks, and hacks for playing that massively multiplayer, total immersion, virtual reality learning game Matrix called Life on Planet Earth. It has nothing to do with real life, which takes place outside the simulation. Okay, and with that, lunatic fringe, right? I can see you coming. Well, we got that too. Actually, we got plenty of lunatic fringe, but yeah, I think they're programs based on, and if you remember that, if you're a geek enough like me, that holographic program was based on a real person, but it wasn't the real person. It would be kind of silly to have the real person come into this sim if they didn't have to. But that could be why we all have that program. We all have the Michael program. We all have a copy of the Michael program, or the Michael program is always there ready to be accessed, maybe. Or, because all of my angels are probably their programs, because I work with code. I mean, I know I'm one of the people who designed this place. And several of you know you are too. Maybe more of you know you are too. A lot of us are starting to remember how this place came into being. And for those of you who aren't into that, really sorry. Maybe you can just look at this as, a place to learn about experiences. But yeah, we're into the really deep woo. We're talking about, people with PhDs have come to the conclusion that we're in a simulation, most likely. That the chances of us not being in a simulation are very tiny, really, infinitesimal. Because if it ever exists, it could be existing right now, and it could be so good that you can't tell, except for these weird glitches that we have in Mandela effects. So, of course, Mandela effects would be when something gets changed in the matrix, and something got different. The code is now different. We have changed a lot of things ourselves. Uh, um, so some of us actually remember that, yeah, this would seem to be some kind of a simulation. But you don't have to take my word for that or believe that. Um, oh, Grave Dog's about to cook dinner. Hope it's something good. See, we're not careful. We're going to go right to food chat. Uh, Tom Cochran live with your ex-wife. Woo, Tom Cochran, huh? Oh, and the next morning you had a baby. Ah, well, that's interesting. I suppose that child had a good entrance into the world. Yeah. Archangel Michael had a sword. I, I. Archangel Michael had a sword. E-I-E-I-O. And with that sword, he scared the shit out of people. E-I-E-I-O. A swish, swish here and a swish, swish there. There goes a demon. Here goes a demon. Everywhere a demon goes, flying. Oh, well, anyway, I'm being silly now. I don't think anybody minds. Hey, if you don't want me to be silly, you're on the wrong channel. Hey, Marilena, how are you doing? People have been looking at me funny in my dreams lately. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Get out of my yard. They've been telling you to get out of their yard. Ah, good morning, Marilena, who is from South Africa, so it's morning to her. Our words are so powerful. Yes, we can. That's very true, Brandy. Words are powerful. We can manifest, destroy, or create things. That's right. Shine on, you crazy diamonds. Good day, Aussie. Good day, Aussie. Dolores Cannon says thousands of dimensions. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. And if you look at, that's why they call it holofractal. Have you seen a hologram? Yes. Well, did you know that they've gotten quite far with holograms? I mean, this was like some 20 years ago. They had already come up with 5D holograms that you could feel. You could feel the hologram. What have they got now? And you know that they tell us 50 years behind of when they already got it. So you know they already got holograms that you can't hardly tell the difference. They probably had them for 50 years. Just because they're not announcing it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So they probably have known how to do that for a long time. So anything they're telling you, remember, anything they're telling you, they've already had it for a long, long time. And they're just bothering to tell you now because it serves them some reason to tell you. Because I mean that we hear it again and again. Good day, eh? Ah, well, the A is more the A is more Canada, but good day is more Aussie, I guess. You get all of the people, everybody saying Circle K, good day, Circle K, good day. Um, it's a beautiful day. Don't let it get away. Sore but having fun anyway. Oh well, that's good. Yeah, I think a lot of us are out exploring in our dreams, YJ. I think a lot of us, that's why we wake up tired, is we're out doing stuff. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I'm out doing a lot of things while I'm sleeping. Hey, Richard. Richard Elmore made it in. Hi. Good day instead of good morning. Morning is for the dead. We are alive. You know, you got a point there, Brandy. I had a friend who always said good AM, which is actually AM. I might have to start saying that. Good AM. Here it is in the AM, early in the AM. Um, Yes, our language is very much used against us, especially the written kind, which is, that's why they call it spelling. Is it spells, spells? Isn't that interesting? Yeah, we could do a whole thing on language, and maybe we will sometime. If we go down that path, I'm sure we will find many things because I've looked into that and it's true. You need to soak in a hot tub and a sound beating. Feels like a sound beating. Well, I'd certainly like a soak in a hot tub. Now the beating, I'm not going for that, but the soak in the hot tub I go with. Aussie Tiger is. Oh, I'm sorry, Aussie. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Aussie. Oh, that sucks. So, what are you in a van or a car or? Oh, that must be difficult. What on earth is this thing doing? I'm not trying to put you in a timeout or anything. I'm just trying to get rid of this thing. Ah, it's not going to let me. A natural hologram. Dish-shaped thing with a mirror inside and a dome cap. Oh, yeah, I've seen those. Done with mirrors. Right, I've seen those. When I went to, my dad used to take us up to Niagara Falls all the time, and there were all kinds of novelty shops, and they had a place that was holograms. Saw it down in Florida too. The hologram shop. Run over with a steamroller. Oh, you're lucky enough for someone to give you a tent. Well, that's nice. Gee, I'm sorry to hear that, Aussie. The sound bath with a soak. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, the holographic dish. It's cool. Anything you put it in, it shows up outside of it. That just goes to show you how. See, now this is how people started calling me the Oracle of Kent, right? Is because we'd be in a conversation and I get this notion to just say things like, how do you know what's real? How do you really know what's real? Is you use your five senses. That's like in the beginning of the show, what it says. Your five senses conceal as much as they reveal. We are only functioning in a very narrow band of perception when we're using the normal five senses. They can only sense so much. And it is kind of a prison, actually. Your other senses you need to develop so that you can break out of that. You break out of prison. It's like a prison break when you start using what they're calling sixth sense. There's way more than six, so many more. Okay. And there's lots of clairs. There's clair aliens, which is sense. There's clair vision, which you've heard of, clairvoyant. There's also clair audio. There's uh, clair tactile, and several other, I mean, lots of others. There's being able to see outside the normal color range. There's being able to hear outside the normal hearing range. There are so many of these that we really have many more than five senses. They're just not acknowledged by people, and because we ignore them, we don't even know we have them because we've been taught to ignore them. But what if you stop ignoring them? Right. Well, I certainly understand Circle K. I know how you feel that along those lines. fibro and arthritis. I've had a lot of broken bones. There's a lot of pain involved. Well, that's a good way to look at it, YJ. Is think of it as an adventure. Although I gotta say, with a dog and a cat with kittens, that's gotta be very tricky. Well, don't worry about it. Everybody needs something sometime. Your mom has clear smelling. That's called clairalience, not clair aliens, clairalience. And you know what? And it seems like every other creature out there, every other being like us that's like us, has some kind of mind speaker telepathy. Why don't we? Because we don't acknowledge it. I didn't know I was mind speaking Sasquatch for years until I heard the accounts of other people. It's like, holy cow, that was Sasquatch. And then when I started asking, they started giving me some clues that, yes, you've been talking to us all this time. I didn't know it was them. And they've been around me all my life. I didn't know. But if you would have asked me before I heard all that, I would have and said, "Hey, do you believe in Sasquatch?" I'd say, "Oh, sure, yeah, why not? You know, it seems like every other darn thing exists. Why not Sasquatch?" No, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, I didn't know I was actually mind speaking them. They know me. They know all about it. Apparently, they've known me since I was a kid, wandering around in the woods. Because when I was a kid, we were still all free range, and you know, your parents would say, "See that big toy out there? Go play there outside." He had this great big toy called the outside, and we would play that. We'd play with it all day, you know. But you better come in for lunch, and you better come in for dinner, and then you better come in when it starts to get darker. When your mom calls you, you're going to have a very sore butt. But that's the way I grew up. Um, 76. Well, the 70s, like right around 72. I love that temperature. 68, something like that. 69, the sexy temperature. But, you know, right around in the upper 60s, lower 70s is just fine for me. But when it gets above that or below that, I kind of get upset. Um, in Ohio, there it would be, it's nothing. We had like a 30 30-point temperature drop in the same day. We have that quite often. You know, I've been homeless before, more than once, 2 times. I was homeless once in New Orleans. I survived that, and I survived being homeless here in Ohio once too. So, yeah, look into wild lettuce. Yeah, wild lettuce. Well, also, ginger root is helping me a lot. Ginger root. And then Gemini sent me some really wonderful, well, cannabis is legal in her state. And she made me some CBD cream, which is wonderful for pain. And also, I have some wonderful comfrey, very concentrated comfrey cream that I use for pain. And thank God for that, right? But sometimes it doesn't do it all. Your friend's channel says a Greg Green saw Sasquatch. I haven't well, haven't exactly seen him, but I've taken pictures of him without knowing. So, well, depending on where you are, you could let the kitty cats outside if you think they're not going to get hurt, depending on where you're living, Aussie tiger. Maybe they'll even start hunting for themselves, depending on where you are. And Erica, you need to cool off. You need to be near water, maybe. Find yourself a place near water to pitch your tent so you can go jump in the swimming hole. But then I'm thinking that's what it's like here in Ohio. You got to find yourself a safe spot. You know what? It was so common in New Orleans for people to be homeless. You just walk around in the square and there'd be two or three in every doorway, sleeping in every doorway. When the daytime shops had closed and all that was open was the bars and stuff, there would be people sleeping in every doorway. Yeah. Well, yep, that's right. When we were kids, it was get out of the house and then be home when the street lights come on, or you're going to get it, or if you hear my voice, you better come running. Yep. Yeah, I know what you mean, Aussie. I love my babies too. That's really, really rough place to be. I knew somebody that was homeless for over a year with 6 dogs, and he kept them all in his car. And then he'd take them to a park and let them run, and he'd pile them all back into the car and drive them around. And he had a storage unit, and that's where he'd hang out during the day sometimes. He'd open up the storage unit and um, he'd, you know, if anybody came around, he'd act like he was rummaging around in his storage unit. But he'd just put the little he'd just open it up and kind of use it like a. Sometimes he'd even sleep in there without telling anybody. That was before they put in the cameras. I knew a guy who did that for a while before he got things together. Catch in an oak tree. Oh, that's interesting. Right. A lot of times we kind of get thrown into things that are unexpected. Like when I went to New Orleans, I had no idea I was going to be homeless all of a sudden, suddenly homeless, but I was. Fortunately, I made friends and I was able to survive down there because I made friends, and within about a month or so, I had somebody to stay with. I had a job. I had a job so fast because I was psychic, and down there, psychics are actually respected. You can get a very respectable job as a psychic down in New Orleans. And I had one. As a matter of fact, when I left to come home up here, my boss told me, if you ever want to come back, if you ever want a job, you got one here because you are the real deal. She says, you could go far with that gift. And I'm kind of sorry in a way that I didn't, but then later on came Katrina, and I'm glad I wasn't there when that happened. That's great that you know that, YJ. Maybe if you think of it more as an adventure, that's the way I thought of being homeless in New Orleans. I had to look at it as, okay, this has happened, and you've got to just accept that you can't do things the way you've always done them. You got to do them entirely different. Um, and you're going to learn a whole lot from it. And if you have the right attitude, you're going to find people that are going to help you get over that. And that's what I had to do. I had to have the right attitude. I had to make connections. And by making those connections, I learned a lot too. Uh, and you're going to have to swallow your pride and start asking for things. And that's really hard for a lot of us ask people for things, but you're going to have to ask. And you know what? I know somebody who I knew somebody down there that was a very good beggar. Um, he did that for a while before he got himself together. Yeah, comfrey is good for a lot of you know what? And your cats and dogs will eat comfrey. They like it. As a matter of fact, some of them like it a little too well. When I would take the long comfrey leaves, the long these leaves were, this was from such an old plant that I would get from a neighbor, that they were like a yard long. Honestly, that was how old the plant was. And my cat, one time, I was wondering how to, because she wasn't feeling good, and I was trying to figure out how to get her to eat it. And while I'm looking up how to get a cat to eat comfrey, here I look over at her, and all she's got sticking out of her mouth is just the little green tip of one leaf, which means she ate the whole, and she was chewing on it. And just the very tip of the leaf was sticking out of her. She ate a yard long leaf. That's longer than she was. And every time I would bring in a batch of leaves, she'd eat them, man. I had to tell her, don't eat them all, save me some, and then of course she did. She This was so funny. So I put him in the bathroom sink, because I was busy with the kitchen sink. I put him in the bathroom sink one time, a whole bunch of these long leaves, and they're hanging out on either side of the bathroom sink a little bit. The stems are over here and the tips are over here. I come back in and I put them in there to rinse them, and I come back in and all the stems are eaten off, and all of the tips, the very tips of the leaves are eaten off. The part that's not down in the water, all of them are eaten off. I said, Maui, I told you to save me some. She looked up at me. It's like, well, I did save you some. I saved you some of every single one of them. Matter of fact, I saved you most of them. I just thought it was so funny. I'm like, you really love this stuff, don't you? She loved it. She would chow down on that. And the cream made from it, I have a very concentrated cream that's wonderful. Yeah, banned in America, FDA banned in America. They call it a noxious weed. It's one of the most healing plants on the planet. Comfrey is one of the most healing things on the planet. And they say it has toxins. And Susan Weed, who is a naturalist and herbalist, she sent some in to have it tested, and it had no toxins. So that's bullshit too. Apparently, the original kind, the wild growing kind, did have some, I guess, was it in the leaves or in the roots? But anyway, in one part of the plant, it had some toxins, but then the horticulturalists bred the toxins out of it. So in the horticultured kind, there aren't any toxins, but they still listed as a noxious plant. Why? This one plant could put a lot of pharmaceutical companies out of business. Comfrey is amazing. It's amazing for pain. It's amazing for healing. It can heal a bone twice or three times as fast. It can heal flesh very fast, so fast that you got to make sure if it needs to drain, it drains, because it can actually heal it up too fast. It encourages your new cells to grow very quickly. And it's very good with pain relief. I mean, I've used it for pain relief a lot. And my cat, she couldn't get enough of it when she got older. And she really, I was only sorry I couldn't give it to her all the time. Oh, the kittens are only 7 days old. Oh no. That's so hard, Aussie Tiger. I'm gonna ask your angels to watch over you. Ask them. Say, angels attend me. If you believe in that, if you don't, I understand, but Say, angels attend me. I need help. And don't be afraid to ask people for help and make some connections. Right. You know what? That's what I say too, YJ. It wouldn't be that big of a deal if you had the right kind of place. Yeah, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Yeah, that's the way kitty cats are. You don't know. Your friend's parents travel everywhere in a truck with a camper, and their cat goes everywhere with them. I kind of have looked into that. At one time, I would have loved that life, and I'm not sure I wouldn't still love it. I might still love that kind of life where I have just carry my home with me and just travel everywhere. That would be a dream, wouldn't it? We've talked about this before. You were in between two canals off Lake Pontchartrain during Katrina. Had 24 inches of water. Wow, yes. I'm so glad I was not there for Katrina. Mm, really? Right. You know what, Circle K? I've met people that are working, that are living in the hobo in basically tent cities here in Ohio, down the railroad tracks. I have known people that they just don't want to spend the money. They want to save up their money. They don't want to spend it on rent and other stuff, other bullshit like heat and water and electric and all that crap. And they just want to save their money. They save their money up until they can do something. They just find themselves somewhere. There are a lot of homeless here in Kent that people don't talk about. A lot of people, if you say homeless, they'll say there aren't any homeless here, are there? Oh, yes, there are. There are plenty. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's quite an experience. Circle K, yeah, and nobody would expect. When I was down in New Orleans, there were many homeless people down there who had a job and they worked and they were squatting. And down there, it's easy because the temperature is uh, the weather is not that bad down there. It gets cold, but not well. I can tell you right now, though, it does get cold at times, but it's nothing like up here in Ohio. But a lot of people would squat in abandoned buildings. And so there was this nice little couple I met, and both of them worked, and they were living in an abandoned home and had actually not a bad life. Not, of course, a life like it, but nobody would know if they didn't tell you. And they had made friends and stuff. So yeah, interesting, huh? Yeah, I know people who have done that for years. Like there are people that go down to the soup kitchen down here who have been homeless by choice because they didn't want to rejoin the rat race. Something happens, they get knocked out of the rat race, and after they've been out of it long enough, they just don't want to rejoin it. I kind of understand. Some of them find that they're doing better than they were when they were actually trying to keep up with all the bills and whatnot. Except when it gets below zero here. That's a whole nother thing. That's when you need your friends. Yep. Store your stuff, keep a double bag full of clothes, and just visit people. Just go around visiting. Oh, okay, Aussie. Okay, Aussie. So if anybody wants to donate to Aussie Tiger's Magical Mystery Tour, That is going to be in our MeWe chat. Yep. Yeah, you know what? And oh yeah, comfrey, yeah. Heals bones faster. Yes, it does. If you need to heal up a bone really fast, you need to heal anything really fast. Yes. And also helps with pain. It will, this concentrated comfrey cream I have will start to take the pain away right on contact. And it doesn't have that cool, that freezing feeling. Doesn't have any of that menthol or anything. It doesn't feel like anything. It just the pain just starts to go away. It's great stuff. I love it. Same way with CBD. CBD is really good. I'll tell you what it's good for. Relaxing muscles. Relaxing tight muscles. You put a good quality CBD on and you can just feel the muscles relax, the knots and stuff go out of the muscles. It's great for that. We could do a show just on herbs, and maybe we will one day. And maybe we should do, maybe this is a good thing. All Aussie Tiger wants for Christmas is somewhere nice to live with his dog and cats and right. All he wants for Christmas is a nice place to have his family, his little family with him. Let's see. Friend stayed in New Orleans. He and his brother-in-law held onto a tree, said coons, rats, and other varmints climbed up the tree. Oh, he lived in a tree. You know what? I knew a guy who lived in a tree for a while too. But he was protesting having the trees cut down. They called him Tree Man, Tree Man Marlin. And he was a public figure for a while. He was pretty famous um, around here locally. Everybody knew who Tree Man was. And he lived up in trees for a while. Interesting. People find ways to survive all kinds of weird stuff. I love, but you know what? When I was up here in Ohio, I lost so much weight really. I couldn't, half the time I couldn't eat because I had so many allergies that I had a choice of either feeling sick and eating what people were trying to give me or refusing it and going hungry. So a lot of times I just fasted and all I all I spent money on sometimes was to make sure I had pure water because I needed pure water. I couldn't drink tap water. It really bothered me. It really made me sick. So keeping myself from being sick, all I could really afford sometimes was water, pure water, distilled water. And those were rough days. I'm not gonna lie. They weren't fun. And there was a blizzard. I was in my car in a blizzard. Fortunately, I had some friends that let me stay, crash on the couch sometimes. But yeah, I've been there and done that. It wasn't fun to be in a blizzard. However, I survived it. But mostly I survived it because I had friends. And my family, my family. All I had left was my cousins, my family. You know who my real family was my friends. That's who really took care of me. It taught me a lot. Hmm. Yeah, everybody's just trying to survive. You find that out. I'm sorry to hear that, Aussie Tiger. You're not a social person. You may be facing this time so that you can overcome that. Sorry to say. I'm not trying to be mean to you, but I'm trying to say that sometimes these things happen to break down some kind of a thing that we are carrying around with us that we don't really need. And maybe this is your time. I know, like I said, I had to depend on other people. It was really hard. I want to be independent. Most of us do. But I had to depend on other people. I had no choice, but sometimes I'd have to ask for things. I had to. It was hard for me at first. But then I realized that there are people who really love to help. That actually I'm giving people an opportunity to give, to do something altruistic by that. And so it's okay to ask. And fortunately around here we do have a soup kitchen, but I can't eat the food there because it makes me sick, most of it. I can't eat most of it. I learned so much from being homeless, yeah. 25 feet, water come up to the 3rd floor. Love, oh my God, Brandy. I heard. We had a refugee in the place I lived before. We had a refugee from Katrina in there. Oh my goodness. That was rough, man. That must have been rough. I felt sorry for all the homeless people because there were so many people in the square, and I'm thinking to myself, oh man. Yeah, no, Pontchartrain being so polluted and everything. I mean, for those of you who don't know anything about New Orleans, um, Pontchartrain, Lake Pontchartrain, so polluted, something falls in it, it's going to die. When the levee broke, Pontchartrain overflowed, among other things. That was part of the problem. Lake Pontchartrain is so polluted that it was killing people. So it wasn't just the fact that there was water; they had like a mini mud flood, And now you can imagine what a mud flood would have been like, right? If it was the whole world. Imagine what that would have been like if it was the whole world, sweetheart. Who would have got out of it? Not too many people. Yes, not limiting your possibilities is a lesson we must learn. I agree, YJ. You know, it's interesting. Yeah, a lot of people work and are technically homeless. Um, you live in a fifth wheel because I'd rather do that. So you're living in a trailer, basically, like or a camper. Hmm. Yeah, the humidity. Yeah, I was there in cold weather. The humidity, the wetness makes you colder and hotter when it's hot. Makes you hotter when it's hot, colder when it's cold. That's why a lot of people are under the bridge right now here in Kent and in that tent village is they don't want to pay all that off. They're keeping their money, and a lot of them keep their money and want to go do something else with it because it's ridiculous. I mean, it is ridiculous. It really is. The kind of stuff we have to go through just to have our needs met, our basic needs met is sometimes very ridiculous in the kind of expense we go through. This is why I want that eco village, and I want to make it very clear I don't want a commune. I want everybody to be able to do their own thing, make their own money or not. But Michael Tellinger's contributionism, you contribute 4 hours to keeping up the infrastructure of the place, and the rest is yours. The rest of your time is strictly yours. That would do it. He says a village of 100 people can very easily keep up a village if they contribute 4 hours. That's 400 man-hours. That is enough to keep up a village, the infrastructure of a village. And then the rest of the time is all yours. Nobody telling you what to do. You know, you don't have to worry about rent. You don't have to worry about electricity. All of that stuff. That all can be addressed. We don't need, see, the problem is we've got people trying to horn in and force us to accept. Now they're going to want us to pay for babies. They're going to be they want people to be infertile. So now we have to buy our babies from them so that you can't reproduce without buying a baby. They want you to have to buy everything. It ain't right. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, Aussie. You're gonna have to, I am one of the things I'm gonna intend is that you find those friends near you. Is that somehow you get through that and you find some friends near you that can actually really help you physically right now, right here, where you are. Yeah, CBD can, let me tell you what else it can stop. CBD can calm a cytokine storm, which is what your body goes through when a certain virus hurts you. It's because of a cytokine storm. CBD can stop that. Now, don't you think that's maybe part of the reason that they didn't want us to have it for a long time? Is because it's really got some wonderful properties. It's like, why is everything that is the most healing, the most powerful herbs, they'll call them noxious weeds. They'll say they're noxious weeds. You should get rid of them. Our ancestors brought them here on purpose. Our ancestors brought dandelions here and plantain and comfort, all of that, all of this stuff that they brought specifically to help keep them alive here, you know? And we regard it as weeds. We have gotten so far away from reality. That's the problem. I think that's part of what it's pushing us to be right now, is to get more in touch with this place, more in touch with the reality of this place. Yep, stops cancer cells from mutating, right? Yep. Yeah, working is a scam for the most part. Michael Tellinger says, look, everything that needs to be done in a village of 100 people can be done if everybody contributes 4 hours. Everything can get done. That's 400 hours of work. That's a lot of work. And once you get everything set up, there's really not that much to it. There's not that much to taking care of an infrastructure, even to farming if you do it right. If you if you use things like companion planting and what do they call it? We've got to stop doing monoculture, mono planting, one single thing. It is like, no, this doesn't work. You need to do companion planting. You need to do, what do they call this? You need to put symbiotic plants together and let them take care of each other, because this is the way. So you're setting up an ecosystem that grows food. That's what you're doing. You're setting up a food producing ecosystem in your garden. That's what we need to be doing for real. This is what nature does. Okay. So we need to do that. I mean, we need to quit doing it the wrong way. We're just doing everything the wrong freaking way. Now that works great if you have a factory situation going on. It is terrible though for the environment, and it's terrible for if you've got an actual garden going on. This is not the best way to do it. Companion planting is a better way to do it. And there's another, what do they call it? Permaculturing. It's where you just plant things that come up every year. And then, you can plant annuals in with it, but you focus on having its own little bioculture there, its own little um, ecosystem that, like, for instance, the Indians would plant corn, beans, and squash together because the beans would grow up the corn stalk, use the corn stalk to grow up it. The squash would keep all of the roots moist because of the great big leaves. And then you eat all those three together and you've got a pretty good meal. So the Indians did that all the time. I mean, that was their way of growing things, and they would grow it in a circle, not in a rows. So, which is a much more natural way to do it. I mean, if you think of it, that's how plants broadcast. They go out in all directions. They don't go like in a row in a line usually. Yeah, rents are insane. Some places are really, really crazy right now. Um, wow, 1,600 a month plus utilities. Yeah, the banks, I swear we got to do something about these damn banks. They are, yeah, terrible. Hey, Bomber. How you doing, Bomber? A tree house with insulation, nice windows, queen size bed, kitchenette, power deck. A tree house. That's what I want. I want a tree house. Either that or I want a tree house and I want an earth ship. Actually, I can't decide. I want them all. I want a tree house, an earth ship, and a mobile home. Not a trailer, but a home that on wheels. I want them all. I like all of those ideas. I've seen some really cool tree houses. I've seen some really cool hobbit homes too. I've seen some really cool stuff. A zip line so that you can get down quick. How are you getting back up? You have to climb? Yeah, you really don't need sick kitties. You need Mama Bomber to go flying down there and help you out with those kitties. I don't know how that's going to happen. You may have to go out of body, Bomber. Oh dear. Oh, you got real rain. Well, that's good, Circle K. Rain is necessary. 40-inch pecan trees. Well, isn't that nice? 40 foot. Okay. Yeah, 2 feet protecting you during the hurricane. Yep. Yes, yes, and they did protect you. That's wonderful, Brandy. That's wonderful. Oh, I've seen rain like that. Wow, that's something, Circle K. Pecan trees. We had a pecan tree in the back when I was growing up. You need a box. Need to get yourself a nice little box for them. Put something in there so that they're comfy and the babies can't crawl out. And she'll probably put them in there. Give her something with a. You can get a box with and kind of cut a hole in it so that they can come in or out. They like a layer, it's something with a roof. They like a roof over their heads. She'll try and stick them somewhere where there's a roof. My cat, what I did was I fixed it when I knew she was going to give birth. I fixed up a place under the dining room table with a tablecloth, long tablecloth that hung all the way to the floor. And I fixed it up down there with some blankets and a box and, a litter box so she wouldn't have to go very far, so she could watch the kittens, and a little cardboard box for her to keep them in so that they wouldn't be able to squirm out of there. And she loved it. She did end up, and I showed it to her, and I put her in it, and I showed it to her, and I said, "This is yours. This is yours, Callie. This is where I want you to have the kittens." And she looked at me like, "This is mine? This is all yours, Callie." Underneath this table here, and it was up against the wall. She loved it. It was her own little cat cave. She was so happy. And she did have her babies right there. Cats are smarter than you think, but they do have instincts. If you play to their instincts, you'll get them to do what you want. You've got to play to their instincts. Oh, cutting her foot on an oyster shell. Ugh. Oh, in that water. Oh, God. Yeah, that horrible water. Yeah. Polluted water. Uh-huh. Listen to Bomber. She's going to help you. Right, right. Start finding people for them now. Yeah, if you know what? There's got to be some kind of charity that'll help with this. Look, they help bats. I know that down in Australia and New Zealand, they have programs to help bats. They've got to have programs to help cats and dogs. They've got to. You just got to find them. There you go. That's right. Look up places where people. Here's the thing. Don't give up. No, you know what, Aussie? There are sometimes charities that will help with that. You just got to find them. If you got a local library or something that you can go into, I see a lot of homeless people spend a lot of time in the library looking at programs and things to help them. It's very common here to see all the homeless go into the library to do various things, look for things to help them, fill out their papers online, um, and of course, just entertain themselves. They spend a lot of time in the library. Ah, your roommate's parrot. Isn't that interesting? I've had that happen, Circle K, where I'm envisioning something and I end up giving it to my friend. Yes, you can, Circle K. You can do it for you. Yes, there are solutions. There are solutions. Well, Bomber has got this figured out. No, she's really good with this stuff. Artisan basin, maybe. Artesian. Oh, yeah, artesian well water? Hell yeah. Artesian well water is very good. Yes. Oh, I know, it's really hard to get rid of kittens. Born to be wild. He saved the kitten and she was born to be wild, huh? Yeah. Don't worry, Ossie, you're going to get through this. I got through it. I wasn't well. I wasn't rich. I wasn't well. I wasn't well connected, but I had friends. You need to make friends. And I found myself a library. Like I said, you need to find a library or somewhere where you can get to a computer on a regular basis. And you need to find a soup kitchen. I don't know where your nearest soup kitchen is, but you need to find one because they will have information on what you can do for yourself. That's what you need to do for yourself. If you find, I don't know what you have in Australia. Yeah, I kind of need somebody who knows more about Australia, but I know what to do here. What to do here is there are charities that there are always philanthropy uh, places that are going to help you with stuff like this because people just love animals and it's Christmas time and at least you're homeless during what is down there a warm season. Up here you'd kind of be in trouble because it's cold here now. It's getting really cold. Oh, dubbin. Never heard of it, but I know it can be done. I used to do make leather goods. I used to make leather goods. Wild thing. You make my heart sing. Circle K says most of my pets were wild things. Guess what? Bombers like that too. Me too. I used to do that. Yeah. Hey, Project Skyfalls. Yeah. Oh, you saved a puppy. That's sweet. Bless you all. Hey, Skyfalls. Wow. Oh, it reeks of sulfur. Artisan bait. See, I don't know enough about Australia. I'm the wrong person for this. You need another Aussie. Damn. Sorry to hear that. We got a place like that here too, called Brady Lake. Stinks of sulfur. My grandma lived in a right by a lake like that once down in Florida. It stunk of sulfur, all the water. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Well, unfortunately, Aussie, your time has come to learn how to be more extroverted. Hate to tell you. You're going to be doing a lot of things you never thought you'd do, but you'll be okay as long as you just resolve to keep putting one foot in front of another. Yeah. And of course, boil it. Uh, yeah, I couldn't drink it. I didn't know what else was in it down at my grandma's place. I certainly wouldn't cook in it. Need ID papers to buy things? What next? Social credit? You know, this is what I'm concerned with is they're going to try and have the social credit thing going on here. And it's like, I don't think we're going to put up with that. I mean, this song came to me. I'm going to sing it. It's like, you better watch out. You better behave. You better act like a good little slave. Santa Claus is watching in on you. He sees you in the bedroom. He sees you in the loo. He sees you nearly everywhere, so be careful what you do. You better watch out. You better behave. Better act like a good little slave. Big brother is watching what you do. Yeah, Satan Klaus Schwab might be looking in on you. It's not the best song. I might write that whole thing, but that went through my mind earlier today. Oh, they wouldn't be able to get that. They can't do that in the United States because we'd have fits about it. Santa Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schnob. Klaus Schnob. Might be watching you. You better be good. Klaus Schnob. He's a knob. He needs to go. He needs to go somewhere. Not where he is. He needs to go somewhere else. He needs to go somewhere else and get off the field. Yeah, it always is a waiting list. I know I was on a waiting list for a long time too. God, that's horrible. I was homeless in Ohio for 7, 8 months. I was homeless for about a month and a half down, and strangely enough, down in Orleans, I found a job almost immediately. Couldn't find one in Ohio though for a while. Water filters, yeah, that's very important. I have a water filter pitcher that's really good, and you can buy the cartridges. and they take almost everything out. When I test the water for the fish, I can just pour the water right into the fish tank, and it's perfect water for the fish tank. So when I dip the strips, I know the water's perfect. The pH and everything is perfect. So you can get some fairly cheap stuff if you can get a little bit of money. You need to think about setting yourself up. You need to think about how you're going to set yourself up to survive this, and you need to think about getting things that are going to help you survive this. You need to really, it's going to be an adventure, I'll tell you that. Yeah, yeah, that's a good plan for the kitties. Unfortunately, you will not be able to keep the kittens. I'm sorry. That's the way. I don't think you'll be able to keep the kittens because it's going to be too hard. Mm. Another thing, some of the stuff that happened to me sure taught me to be a good herbalist. This stuff I'm drinking right now, this is my latest concoction. It's ginger, once again, ginger root and turmeric root, with a little bit of pepper to provide the piperine to activate the turmeric. I recommend, if you can get a hold of ginger, make yourself regular ginger tea. That'll help keep you healthy. You might have to learn to forage a little bit. Maybe you can get to a library and get yourself a book on foraging. I certainly would do that. I I know enough now I probably could live if I had to. I wouldn't want to try it though with fibro. Man, I would be in pain now. I was earlier when I remember I went through this homeless stuff with fibro and arthritis, and I was a lot younger, but I absolutely had to learn to deal with pain. But I had a few friends who had some cannabis in New Orleans. It was pretty easy to find, and that was a painkiller. You know, it wasn't that hard to find painkiller in New Orleans. If you make it, New Orleans was so easy. If you make the right friends, you got everything. They'll help you because they still believe in Southern hospitality down there. So um, you make the right friends, you'll be okay down there. Up here, same thing. Make the right friends, you'll be okay, but it's a little bit harder. Here, they'll steal everything you have. Well, they'll help you. People will help you here, but they'll take their share. They sure will. If you have anything, they'll take some. They'll want it. Or they'll want you to help them with something, some problem of theirs. Sometimes you end up being their house bitch. Hmm. That's very common. People end up pretty much indentured servants when they get homeless to somebody with a home. Yeah, Southern, they really, at least down south, they still have that. Up north, not so much. In fact, there was one guy I was helping, a guy from the old neighborhood who was actually worth helping. And he said, "You are the only one who ever." Well, my mom was from the South, so Southern hospitality was what I learned. So, yes, I knew how to do that. But I had to learn too who not to help that way, because there were a whole lot of people that it's dangerous to actually help. I mean, I lived a couple blocks from a soup kitchen. It wasn't really very safe though either, because a lot of times people who were fresh out of the pen would be down there mingling with, because they don't have a senior center. So the seniors would be down there eating and bored. And then you've got the ex-cons down there. And a lot of bad stuff happened because of those. Mixing those two is not really very good, because a lot of these people are very tricky, and some of these elderly people are just not used to that, and they're not ready for that. I've seen some very sad stories like that. Yeah. Wave at everybody. Yeah, you know what? That's the thing. In the South, people will say hi to each other and just talk to each other in public places. And in some, there are places in the North where they just look at you crazy. But here, fortunately, here in Kent, you can talk to strangers. It's okay. Yep, I know. Believe me, I know. I had that happen. I had a cat. We had to get rid of the kittens, and when they died, it was really hard too. Some of them died though. It's hard to see them die too, because you can't take care of them. Yeah, that's even harder. I know though. I know how this is. That's another thing. Okay, I'm going to do an exercise. This is it. This is what I do, and please join in. We're going to raise some energy here. We're going to raise our vibration. First of all, take a deep breath. Get yourself in a safe position so that you don't fall if off your chair or whatever. Don't be driving a vehicle, whatever. Okay, relax, close your eyes. And now I want you to feel the edges of where you are, and I want you to expand and expand yourself some more, and expand yourself some more, and expand yourself some more, and let everything unkink and unfold, and expand yourself even larger than that. And you realize as you're expanding and expanding that you are actually a huge, vast being. You are not this tiny little body. Okay? This body is only an avatar. It's only an avatar you use to deal with this realm. You are a vast being and powerful. You are a creator. You really are. You create with your words, you create with your thoughts, as well as your deeds. You have power to change things. But first, we have to change our minds. So let us ask ourselves, and this exercise, this is a clearing I'm about to do. I'm about to do some clearings. All you have to do, I'm going to ask some questions. It's only to bring up energy. You don't have to answer them. Don't feel like you have to answer the questions. Just think about it when I say it and let the energy come up. And then when it does, I'm going to ask you, would you be willing to delete this? Would you be willing to uncreate and destroy this? And if you say yes, just say it, type it, whatever. Okay? That's the procedure. I'm going to do some clearings right now to try and help anybody and everybody out there who's struggling. And you, this means you too, Aussie. Hope you do join in. If you don't, it's okay. But I'm trying to help you here. This is very powerful, and people can tell you it is. It's been very powerful to me, and I learned it from somebody who charges a lot of money for it normally. Okay. I actually, when I had some money, I paid some money to learn some of this. Okay. What attitudes, opinions, and judgments do I have that I am not capable, not worthy, not able, worthlessness, feelings of worthlessness, feelings of inadequacy do I have, that I can't meet the challenges to come to me, that I can't meet the events that happen? Would I be willing to uncreate and destroy all that? Would you be willing to uncreate and destroy all that? If so, just answer yes in your mind, or just say yes, and I'll perform the clearing. Times a godzillion, times a godzillion, I now uncreate and destroy all this. Hawk and pod. What attitudes, opinions, and judgments do I have that I am just a poor mortal human without the ability to change anything really, and this is all just uh, a fake. This is all just a lie, and I am never going to get out of this. Things are never going to change. Would you be willing to uncreate and destroy all that? If so, just say yes. Okay, I now uncreate and destroy all that, Pak and Pod. Pak and Pod stands for something longer, but we're not going to go into what it means now. It's pages long. Okay. What attitudes, opinions, and judgments do I have that, let's see, what do you need? What do we need out there? That pain and poverty are just a fact of life. And yes, that's just a fact of life. And I can't do anything to change it. Well, that's not true either. So, would you like to uncreate and destroy all that? I now uncreate and destroy all this times a godzillion, Puck and Pod. Remember, you can use the Puck and Pod at any point, even if you don't know what it means. In fact, even if you can't remember Puck and Pod, you can even go so far as to say that funny thing that Ocean said to make the change, to do the clearing. You can even think that. It's powerful enough that that will even work. Okay? This is what we were told. It's that powerful. It will change things. It will begin to change your vibration. What you really need is a change of vibration. As you change your vibration, you will change your circumstance. I know a little bit about Asperger's. I've had friends with Asperger's, so I know a little bit of that. Touch of ADHD, yep, got that. You know what? My friend Jason has some of that. Not the Asperger's, but has the ADHD, and he was a hyperactive kid. So I know. And then I've had friends with Asperger's too. And actually, I had a friend online with Asperger's that I helped him a lot. Really, I helped him quite a bit. So it can be changed. It can be mitigated. All of that stuff can be mitigated, Ozzy. Right. Remember, you don't know what all we've lived with. I have my things that I've had to live with too. I'm just not saying them all the time. But believe me, all of us have had, you know why? Because this has been our training. I'm convinced this is part of our training on how to deal with reality, how to change reality. Because reality isn't as real as we think it is. And when you've been around studying this as long as I have, then you'll understand why I feel that we really truly are in a matrix. But a matrix can be reprogrammed. The wonderful thing is it can be reprogrammed. You can be reprogrammed. You can reprogram yourself. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, a lot of times the reason I didn't just go off, get in a car, and go off and shoot into the sunset was because I had pets to take care of. Once I had pets to take care of, then I felt like I had. Now, though, I think I would just, he's he's a sweet enough little guy. I think I would just put him in my camper and head off with Cowboy. I think I could do that. Yeah, Asperger's. I know. I used to tease him about that. It's funny because the Asperger's people, they have a look too. Some of them seem to have the same look. They're usually not bad looking, but they have this stiff upper lip type thing. Uh, it's kind of like that. Most people I know with Asperger's, anyway. That's a funny name, and a great name they gave that. Yeah, now that's the thing. People with Asperger's usually are very smart, but the social stuff they have trouble with. Yeah, I noticed that. They're very smart, though, generally. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I'm allegedly dying all the time of something, but I decided I wasn't going to. I'm really very hard to kill. I've been very sick. I thought maybe I could, there were times when I was wondering, did I somehow schedule to die? I don't remember scheduling to die. I don't think I'm going to die, but then again, you never know. Sometimes the mistakes can happen. But, I've been so sick that I've been very close, I think. But, I was really wondering for a while. I felt so bad and I wasn't seeming to get over it, but, I kept getting the message that I was going to be okay. So I believed that. Um, for our Oasis shopping mall. That'll be fun. Let's do it. Oh, celiac. Yeah. I don't have celiac, but I do have a problem. I get irritable bowel when I eat certain grains. I can't do it. I've had to cut certain grains. Wheat is out completely, completely. There are certain things, there are foods that I will get a rash immediately. I'll start coming down with a rash immediately. Right. Yeah, I know, Bomber. It's like I have a whole laundry list of stuff too, but you know what? It's like I don't accept it as being forever. This is not a death sentence. None of it's a death sentence. And they're telling me that it's incurable. It's like, you know what? I'm going to cure it. I'm going to cure it. Yeah, get away from that guy. He's not for you. You got better than that coming. You know what? One of my favorite stories. Solomon told his people to make him his magicians, to make him something that when he was very down would bring him up, and when he was way too up would bring him down so that he could stay balanced. You know what they gave him? A ring that said, "This too shall pass." The upshot of this lesson is everything passes. You know what? I wa- I'm going to sing it. What the heck? There's a verse of a song about my grandmother that I wrote. I'm just going to sing part of it. I once swallowed a marble when I was just a lass. My mother was so frightened, but Grandma said, "This too shall pass." And it did. And sure enough, I lived to sing a lot of stupid songs. She lived a good long while herself, so I guess she wasn't wrong. But none would dare to argue 'cause she brandished iron pans. She brandished iron pans. My grandmother was a character. She liked to watch wrestling on TV. That no, I couldn't watch my cartoons. When she babysat me, we were gonna watch. My mother said, "You get to watch your cartoons, and you get to watch Captain Antonio." You know, no, Mom, that's not what's gonna happen. No, Grandma was gonna put on wrestling, and that's what we were gonna. She should have known that. My grandma was something else, right? And Circle K's lol. If I knew we were having tests that day, I probably wouldn't have dropped that acid. Yeah, well, that's good, Aussie. You're going to develop that. You're going to have to develop that. Oh, yeah. And traumatic brain injuries. I have multiple injuries. I have broken many bones. Physically, physically, I got a whole laundry list. Mentally, I have a few too. I try to deal with. Uh, Retired cop, narcissistic mushroom. It could be. Could be. He scored really high in spatial relations, though. Funny, Circle Gay. If bomber's coming over, you definitely need to duct tape pool noodles to all your laps. Yeah, honestly, honestly, you've got to listen to us. We've all got our challenges, even me. I'm in a much nicer place than I've ever been, but my other place, the place I was before this, black mold in the walls, something was breaking every moment. It was one of the worst places. It was maybe the worst place in town to live. It was terrible. I kept the bugs away though. I managed to keep the bugs out, but not other people so much, but me. I managed to keep the bugs out for the most part. And that was about all I could. I had to pull so many strings. I had to learn so much in order to live, just to be able to live there and not die there with my and just one of the things you'll be wanting maybe that will help you get a place to live is get your animals registered as emotional support animals. Guess what? I don't know about in Australia, but I know here in America, they can't deny you an emotional support pet. If you have an emotional support pet, they can't deny you on that basis. And it sounds like you have the kind of profile that would fit for that. So find out if in your area, if you can get your pets registered as emotional support animals, then you're home free with your pets. They cannot deny you. Yeah, yeah, that's to heck with him. He's out. He's out, Brandy. Yeah, it's hard being cold. I remember when the heat went out here. It was so cold in that apartment. All I could think about was keeping warm. I built a pillow and blanket fort for me and the cat. I didn't say it out loud, Bomber. I'm just saying, yeah, you cannot. Yeah, and some Kevlar. May need pool noodles, a helmet, and some Kevlar. Shh. Circle K. I'm now 65. I've been homeless twice. I have seen a lot. I have not been idle for at any point in my life. I have seen a freak of a lot. I believe you. No, and you know what? I have seen so much that I couldn't possibly make up. It's like, well, that's interesting. Exactly, Brandy. You know what? You can't save the world. You want to bet? Watch me. And maybe it's not the world I even want to save. Maybe it's individuals. People think they know it all. Okay, that's good, Bomber. Yeah, you know what? It took me 18 years living in that place to get, I mean, I was fairly stable there, but it wasn't healthy. It took me 18 years of living in that place. Finally get to the point where I could come here. And now I'm okay, finally. For the first time in my life. Well, think about this. For the first time in my life, I'm in a nicer place than I've ever been. Nobody is beating me up. Nobody is harassing me. Nobody's telling me what to do, except, of course, the typical stuff like pay your rent, etc. Other than that, I'm okay now. I'm 65. I'm finally arrived at a place where, am I ultra rich? No, but I'm very wealthy as far as well being. My well being is much better now than it has ever been at any point in my life. And I know more tools now to deal with it than I had then. I only knew then what I know now, right? I mean, we say that. Wish I'd had these tools that I'm trying to help you with. Wish I had these tools. Then it would have gone a lot faster. But things happen as they do when you're ready. You might be able to get some under the table stuff, Ossie. Yeah, I didn't want to be. You know what? I knew a very wealthy guy, and I mean millionaire son. And yep, I ran into that too. Same kind of thing. Isn't that interesting, Brandy? I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens. And I'm not telling you to lie on your resume, but bummer. Not telling you to do anything illegal. No, the right rich guy. Yeah, that's different. You could ever find the right rich guy. Okay, Ossie, take care. And I'm intending that things go better for you. That you learn what you got to do what you got to do, and be able to have the ability to do what you need to do to take care of everything. That's going to be one of my intentions that I have. Everybody, let's intend that Ossie finds whatever it is he needs. Let's give him a little push in the right direction. Mhm. Look at you guys. You know what? You guys are all fucking metal. All of you. Look at you. Look at how strong you are. All of you. Look at that. Look at yourselves. Give yourselves a lot of credit. You have all been through, obviously, you've all been through some shit, haven't you? Some really deep shit, haven't you? And you've come through it, haven't you? Man, give yourself some credit. I am so proud of you. I am so proud of you, all, all of you that are trying to work on this with Aussie. You rock. You rock. I can tell. You've been through it. I've been through it. We've been through it. And now you're tough. Yeah. You have grown tremendously. Tremendously. Now it's his turn. It's his time. You know what? I didn't fib on a resume once, but I did write it very creatively. And I got the job. I couldn't keep it though. Yeah, empaths attract narcissists on the AI is being funny. Yeah. Yeah, studying on catching the red flags, yes. Hmm. But I just may be the lunatic you're looking for. Turn off the lights. Don't try to save me. I may be wrong for all I know, but you may be right. It's okay. You haven't been in the situation, but now you are, and now you're gonna you're gonna learn. We all made it though. Remember that. We all made it. You can make it too. You can do it. We have faith. You can do it. This too shall pass. Just keep telling yourself that. This'll pass. It'll change. It changed to make it this way. It'll change to make it not this way. It's gonna change. Things are gonna change. Oh, I wrote that song. Well, and David Bowie wrote Changes. I wrote, the time has come and you can't stop it. Things are gonna change. We've got the ball and we won't drop it. Things are gonna change. 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 Things are gonna change. The dove of peace has been released. None can stop her flight. We'll have a chance to let freedom dance and stand inside the light. Change, change, change. Things are gonna change, baby. Things are gonna change. Someday I'll play that. Oh, that felt good. I need to sing more. Apparently, I need to sing more. Apparently, I was changing suddenly when I was singing. I felt all kinds of shivers and things. Something was changing. Ooh. Still don't know what I was waiting for. And my time was running wild and in the dead end streets. And every time I thought I got it made, it seemed the taste was not so sweet. So I turned myself to face me, but I never caught a glimpse of what the others must see, the faker. I'm much too fast to take that test. Changes, turn and face the strain. Changes, you want to be a richer man. Changes, turn and face the strain. Changes, you're gonna have to be a different man. Time may change me, but I can't trace time. He was poor. He started out poor. He had a lot of shit happen to. I can't even tell you how much David had happened to him. He had a lot of shit happen. He did not come up rich. Not at all. He died very wealthy though. His estate was worth millions. He did what he had to do, and boy did he make something of it. See, it can change. Yeah, you know what? The older I get, the more I'm just enjoying having friends. If it ever becomes friends with benefits, which it hasn't yet, and I have no desire right now at this point. If it ever gets like that, I'll let that happen. But right now, I'm fine. I'm fine just having fun with somebody, just going out, having fun experiences. You know, Wow, you know why, Jay? That's true. That's right. Once you learn whatever it is you've got to learn from the experience, it'll be over. That's another thing to remember. Whatever it is you are supposed to learn from this, once you learn it, it'll end. It always does. I've had it happen many times. It just recently happened with my wallet. And I no sooner had I said to Gemini Moon, that thing is, well, if that was the lesson, then that wallet's going to show right up. We looked for it for days. It was gone. Once the lesson had been learned and the thing had been done, it showed right up. I was on the phone saying to her, that wallet ought to show up now then. Next thing I hear is Yolanda says, "Hey, I think I just found your wallet." Just as if it was an answer. It was like so weird, man. It was like, whoa, just say. And I found it. It was found in a place where we already looked 50 times. Once you learn whatever it is you got to learn, it's going to be over. And then you're home. You're home free. Think of it that way. What have I got to learn from this? What am I learning? What am I learning? You can do it, man. You can do it. Yeah, friendship is work. Yeah, it's a certain amount of work. But you know what they say about friends? How to get friends? You need your vitamin. You need your friendship vitamin. You need to be one. Be one. When in doubt, you can just mention you're not vaxxed, and then you'll know all about the person, right? By what they do next. And by the way, I'm not vaxxed. You know, okay, well, nice knowing you. Bye. Still in deep shit, just different shit. I was in that for a while too. I got myself out of shit, some shit, and got myself into another whole pile of shit over at the old neighborhood. And I was there for 18 years until I learned what I had to learn from that. And then I was out of there. Because you wouldn't fight with him. I never got an inheritance from either of my parents. My dad left everything to my mom because he figured she needed it, and I was young enough to work. My mom was sick, and everything went to her getting better. When there was no estate left, I didn't I didn't inherit anything from either parent. Right. Bomber's quote, I may not be where I want to be, but I'm where I need to be to get where I'm going. Right. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning till the world was turning. Yeah, that's right. Once I was afraid, I was petrified. Keep thinking I would never live without you by my side. And I spent oh so many nights just feeling sorry for myself. I used to cry, but now I hold my head up high and you see me, somebody new. Yeah. Stand. Yeah. By Sly and the Family Stone. I can't remember that one right now. Want her recipes and some family photos. Yeah, I wish I'd had some family photos. Yeah, isn't that it? And we're not rich, but we still aren't that interested in money. Isn't that weird? The only thing I want money for is because there are some things that I need to make the dream. Beyond that, it's like I don't need a lot of money to be happy. That's why I think I'd do great in a community, in an echo community, is because I really don't need. Once you realize you don't need every goddamn thing, to be happy, then you can just be happy, you know? Once you realize I don't need every goddamn new thing that comes along. I don't need to change my whole wardrobe every single fucking season, right? Uh, I've had the same. I got shoes that are older than some of the college kids running around on campus up here. I got clothes. I got clothing. I have a tie-dye dress that saw the Kent State shootings. Okay. That was in the 60s. How long do you think? It's like 60s, 70s era. I forget now. I can't even remember that. That was early in the 60s or early 70s, was it? Can't even remember now. I've had that dress so long. Got a couple holes in it. I got to repair, but I have a tie-dye dress that I wore. How many years does that make it now? It's like 40 years old. I have a tie-dye dress 40 years old. And then I got a tie-dye suit that I got in New Orleans that I traded. I silver wrapped a bunch of stones. They gave me the silver, they gave me the stones. I said, "Here, wrap all these so that we can sell them and we'll give you a tie-dye suit to wear so you don't have to be cold." And it's like, cool. And so I wrapped all these stones. I silver wrapped all these stones and got this beautiful tie-dye set. And I still have that set. And that was back in the 90s that happened. I still have that suit. Uh, well, that's it. We got to realize what we want. That's kind of what I was doing tonight. What do you want for Christmas? What do you want? That's it, Bomber. That's what I'm trying to do. Doing the clearings. Is trying to get people to let go of the old recording. Rip up that string of code, put in a new string. You wanted his hats, they gave you his dog. Oh well. Something personal. Mhm. Oh, I'm sorry, James. Okay. Sorry, things keep breaking down. Okay. Here's another clearing. Get ready. What attitudes, opinions, and judgments do I have that I can't have, find, get new and better things than what I have? Would I be willing to uncreate and destroy all of that? Would you be willing to uncreate and destroy all of that? Times a Godzillion, Good and Bad, Right and Wrong, Puck About All Nine Shorts, Boys and Beyonds. That's one of the longer forms. We are the world. We are the children. Ones that make a better day, so let's start living. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day, just you and me. Here's another one. Oh, child, things are gonna get easier. Oh, yes, child, things will be brighter. Oh, child, things are gonna get easier. Oh, yes, child, things will be brighter. Someday we'll get it together and we'll get it all done. Someday when your head is much lighter. Someday we'll dance in the rays of a beautiful sun. Someday when your world is much brighter. Oh, child, things are gonna get easier. Yes, child, things will be brighter right now. Right now. Right now. Right now. That was the 5 stairs. Okay, law of attraction, what they don't tell you. It doesn't give you what you want, it gives you what you are. So you got to be what you want before you get what you want. I know it's a kind of a catch-22, but somehow in your head, you've got to be that person. You want to be a richer man? You're going to have to be a different man. You want to be that person who everything works for. You got to be that person who everything works for. And it's going to take some rearranging your head. Yeah, but you can do it. Seagulls were circling. You know what? These animals circling. Somebody made this observation. Ants will circle around a cell phone when the signal comes in. Mm-hmm. Ants will start walking in a circle around a cell phone. These animals walking in a circle. I mean, I had some really tough shit because I had a bunch of legal shit to go through. At the time that I was homeless and having to deal with a bunch of legal stuff. My mother went into a nursing home. I ended up homeless because she went into a nursing home and there was only a life estate. So I couldn't stay. I had to leave. And at first, all I really had was a suitcase full of stuff. I did finally, things went into probate, and I did finally get some of my stuff back, but not all of it. And it was something else. Yeah. That's right. Dutch sense. He keeps an eye on what's happening with all that. That's true. Yeah, he can tell you where the earthquakes are coming up and tsunamis. John, I'm only dancing. It turns me on. I'm only dancing. Could be, also could be, you should be dancing, yeah. Dancing, yeah. I know that used to happen to me all the time too, James Ortiz. You may even have to start thinking about where you want to move to. You may be on a bad spot. You may be on a bad spot. You may have to start looking for a place that would be better for you. I had to do that. Until I moved here, everything was going wrong with my apartment. Everything. I had to get the guts to take a step out and try to get here. And I didn't think I could do it. I had no faith at first, but eventually I got enough faith to try. And then I had to push like nobody's business. It wasn't easy, but I made it happen. And I made it happen because I had some friends helping. Once again, got by with a little help from my friend. If that wouldn't happen, I never would have made it here, but it did happen. And I did make it happen because I had kept having a vision that if I stayed in the other place, I was going to go out feet first on a stretcher. And I didn't want to do that. That's how bad things were. I made this happen. And if I made it happen, you can make it happen. You can make all this happen. Listen to people who've been there. And you too, James Ortiz. You can make it happen. Remember one summer when all San Francisco kept bursting into that song? Which song? Which song, Circle K? I Will Survive. Yeah. Yeah, I've been watching it off and on too. Yeah, I'm subscribed to Dutch Sense. Well, I know what I'm doing here. You know what, YJ? I know what I'm doing here. I'm here for my tribe. Other people, what they think, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they think. My tribe matters. That's who I'm here for. If you're part of my tribe, I'm here for you. I have to let other people go and find their tribe. Something I learned. I'm not going to be everybody's cup of tea. This channel's not going to appeal to everybody, but it's going to appeal to the people like me. It's going to appeal to the right ones. And you know what? Every one of you in here, I'm proud of you. Every one of you. You're all very special people. That's so cute. A Baby Yoda keychain and a Mandalorian keychain and Baby Yoda keychain. Ah, that's cute. Every time you take a shower, Here's another trick. Every time you take a shower, visualize all the stuff just going down the drain that you don't need and don't want and can't. All of the troubles, all the stress, everything just going down the drain. Okay? Just see the water just washing it all off of you. And then leave it there. Yeah, the magnetic fields are kind of crazy. So a lot of weird things are going to happen. Oh, cool. Star Wars. Ha ha ha. I love it. He's having a Star Wars Christmas. And pretend you're on Tatooine. Gratitude. Me too. I'm here in this place and I'm like, wow, wow. I love this place. I know I'm going to move one day and I'm going to say goodbye to it. But for right now, it's really serving my needs. And I love this place. I'm so grateful I have this. I'm so grateful I have everything I have. I'm so grateful I have the friends that I have. I'm so grateful I survived all that. Yeah. Mama D, if they don't like you, they can kick rocks, period. Thank you, Brandy. I know. Right. If you stay with us, your vibration's got to rise because we won't let it go down the other way. We're not going to let it go down the toilet. Right. You cannot dwell on what you don't want because if you do, you're just going to make it worse. And you got to train your mind. It's all in training your mind. You got to train your mind. And then asking for help, and not just from people, but also from the unseen world. Because we all have loved ones on the other side. Ask for help. I have asked for help millions of times. I have said, angels, help me with this. Guides, help me with this. David, what do I do now? And he usually says, I can't take your exams for you, love. So I say, angels, help me figure out what this is all about so that I can get through it. And I do. I figure it out and I get through it. And most of it is what's in our heads. In our heads, in our heads. Zombie, zombie, zombie. That's what they want. They want us to be zombies, but it's not happening here. Nope, I ain't building that for you. Mm. Hey, let's all sing it. Ooh, child, things are gonna be easier. Oh, yes, child, things will be brighter. Ooh, child, things are gonna be easier. Oh, yes, child, things will be brighter. Someday, We'll get it together and we'll get it all done. Someday when your head is much lighter. Someday we'll dance in the rays of a beautiful sun. Someday when the world is much brighter. Oh, child, things are gonna get easier. Oh, yes, child, things will be brighter. Oh, child, things are gonna get easier. Oh, yes, child, things will be brighter. Someday we'll get it together and we'll get it all done. Someday when your head is much lighter and your vibe is much higher. Someday we'll dance in the rays of a beautiful sun. Someday when the world is much brighter. I do things with my voice. If you felt that, you know I'm changing things. You know what? I like my solitude too, YJ. Yeah, right. And you know what? Sometimes I think that's why we get sick too, is it forces us to take the time out from what we would be doing, which is why I want this eco village to happen so much. With all that spare time, think of what we could do. Think what we could do. We could do so many things. With an easier life and the spare time on our hands, we could travel, we could build things, we could invent things, we could do a lot of things. Do a lot of things. That's what I'm looking forward to. If it doesn't happen the way I expect, that's okay too. That's another thing. Hey, B. Freeman. A. A. B. A. That's right. You know what? That's another thing. Like I said before, I can go out with who I want to go out with. I can be out as late as I want. I can do what I want in the middle of the night. I can stream for 4 hours. Nobody is going to get on my case except Cowboy a little bit. He's going to want some love sooner or later, right? But honestly, I'm free in a lot of ways. I'm a freer woman than I've ever been right now. So at 65, finally, I'm a free woman in a lot of ways I've never had before. And now that I'm 65, a lot of people can't deny me. They have to respect me because I'm 65. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? And it would be fun, wouldn't it? We could have like a home base where we go and like replenish our goods and everything, but then go out into the world and just travel around, see all the sights, see the giant redwoods and see the hot springs and see the Great Lakes and see the ocean and see the just all of the wonders of the world and not have to worry about paying rent because there ain't no rent and not have to worry about paying for electric and gas because that's all taken care of too. And sounds like fun. Yeah, break the cages. Well, apparently that's the last time I asked what I'm here to do. It's free the slaves. But it's in a very weird way that I'm freeing the slaves. What's really enslaving most of us is the programs. But you know what? I'm a programmer. I can do code and I can rip it up too by the roots and replace it with new code because I'm a programmer. I'm a designer. We're all architects in here. Did you know? I'm sure YJ, Bomber, yeah, even James Ortiz. Did you know you're creating reality? We're all architects of reality. B, what is your idea of a strange pet? Yeah, to most of us, a strange pet. What is that? You were digging a Waylon Jennings song. That's interesting. Which one? Yeah, see, that's something that always occurred to be. There's a YouTube about a woman who built her own Gypsy Vardo. And she has a place that she plugs in on a regular basis. She's there. But then when she wants to go somewhere, she just takes her Vardo with her. She just takes her home with her. And she's always got a place back home in her planned village that she lives in. And they've got a garden there that they all take care of. And certain things that are commonly in use that they pay for or work on together. But then aside from that infrastructure type stuff, their time is their own. So she goes out and travels quite a bit in her Vardo. And that's the way that society is, and they're fine with it. She's having a fine time, but had to downsize a lot. Yeah, we were created to create. That's right. Possum shaved with tattoos and colored fur. Whatever turns you on, B. A tegu is a type of monitor lizard, a hunter. Okay. I had a weird dream once where all I needed was a cowboy hat and boots and all was well. Well, maybe you need a cowboy hat and boots, Circle K. And then it'd be the last gunfight at the Circle K Corral and I don't know. Circle K no pants. Okay. Oh, you just inherited a 300-pound, 15-year-old potbelly pig, an ornery piggy. Oh, you've been cooking for him. I won't say it. At least you're not cooking him. Well, I did say it. We just inherited a piggy, an ornery piggy. Do 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 do. Ornery piggy. Interesting. Nothing else matters. That song has such a universal chord to it. Do you know that song? So many people have re-recorded that you wouldn't expect. Nothing else matters. I can't go for everything they do, but that song, if nothing else, that was a gift to the world. That really was a gift to the world. Nothing else matters. Mm. So close, no matter how far. Couldn't be much more from the heart. Forever trust in who we are, and nothing else matters. Trust I seek, and I find in you. Every day for us something new. Open mind for a different view, and nothing else matters. Never cared for what they say. Never care for what they know. Never care for what they do. And I know. Oh, yeah, you're going to have to do something about the hooves. An alternative universe. What? You know what? It's funny because before Jason came back, because I knew him in the old neighborhood and then he came back from Florida. Before he came back and before I got Cowboy, I had a dream of this cowboy, a dark haired, blue eyed cowboy, all in white, and he had a white guitar. And he handed it to me and he said, "Here, you play for a while." And he smiled at me and he gave me a kiss. "Here, you play it." And I did. We were in front of a lot of people. He was so sweet. You know what? Jason showed up and he didn't look a thing like the cowboy, and he's not a cowboy, but he put a white guitar in my hands and said, "Here, you play it," that he had gotten. "This is kind of a magical guitar. I want to see what you can do with it." And Cowboy showed up. Cowboy, my cat. And they both showed up. That dream was prophetic, but it didn't come true in that exact way, but it came true. That was showing me that love was coming. And I'm not saying that Jason and I are in love. I don't know we were friends. I'm a little worried about him right now. I haven't heard from him in a week, and neither has his mother or family. Everybody give a warm thought to Jason because we don't know what happened to Jason. But he has a tendency to be kind of, he's the breeze, you know. A lot of times he's the breeze. He can disappear for a while. But let's hope that everything went okay with Jason, okay? Sometimes he gets himself into stuff. So keep a good thought for Jason. I knew something was wrong when he didn't show up for my birthday. But his sister's got a birthday the same day and he didn't show up at her place either. So something's wrong. And nobody's heard from him. Like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down. Like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down. Silence by Simon and Garfunkel. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping. And the vision that it planted in my brain still remains. When touch the sound of silence. Racks of clothes in people's yards and Muppet DJ dream. The Muppet DJ was about 75% speed. Interesting. I don't think Hank done it this way. Sounds like an interesting song. Are you sure Hank done it this way? Are you sure Hank done it this way? That sounds like a good one. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I was a little put out for my birthday. But I'm glad y'all were around. Yeah, we were supposed to go out. He was supposed to take me to Denny's so I could get my free Denny's Grand Slam for my birthday. So I don't know what he's doing. But he can forget things too. I mean, this kid, he manages to get to work and home. He manages to pay his bills most of the time. But he's got some issues. He's got issues too. But he's creating himself a life. He's managing. But he's still living in an apartment that's too small for him. But and he's got a gambling habit, unfortunately. His parents kind of encouraged that. Orange Blossom Special. Oh, well, look, I don't own anybody, honey. Bomber. I don't own anybody. He's my friend. He's not my boyfriend. Exactly. I don't know what a boyfriend even is anymore. I'm not even sure I want that. I'm not even sure. What we've got is a friendly relationship that's mutually beneficial. We look out for each other. We lend each other money from time to time. We cheer each other up. We feed each other food sometimes, We share a lot of things, but um, we don't own each other. So, it's not like that. It's just um, he's a fun person to hang out with. And we have a lot of mutually um, fun things that we do together. And I knew him from the old neighborhood. And, you know, we're not married or anything. It's not like I'm letting him go or keeping him or anything. I'm not letting him go or keeping him. I don't own him. We don't own each other. I'm just hoping he's okay. Right. I just mean Yeah, good times with like minds. That's what it is. That's all it is. And I always let him go and do whatever it is he's doing. And he shows up again eventually. But sometimes he gets himself into some trouble. I know he's had some problem with his phone, that he's had hackers and stuff trying and scammers. And he was talking about getting a new phone. Nobody can get a hold of him though. Nobody can find the new phone. Maybe he's just, holed up somewhere trying to get his head together. I don't know. Well, I don't know how you meant it, but I mean, as far as letting him go, I always let him go. I I don't know what it means. I I don't let him go or let him stay. He's just somebody who comes in like the breeze, and he comes in like the tide and goes back out again. Actually, he's not as regular as the tide though. He just comes in like the breeze and then he blows back out again sometimes, and that's just the way it is. There's no there's no rhyme or reason to any of it. He's got too much going on. He's Aquarius. Need I say more? He's an Aquarius. He's very Aquarius. Very, very Aquarius. Okay? He always surprises you. He'll surprise you. All of a sudden, he'll be buzzing the door. You haven't seen him for a while. He's buzzing the door. Look what I got. Mhm. All my friends are trouble and they're awesome. Me too. Yeah, they call me the breeze. I keep blowing down the road. Oh, yes, they call me the breeze. I keep blowing down the road. I don't carry nothing that would constitute a load. Yeah, you know what? That's a funny thing. They talk about the black slaves, but they never talk about the white slaves, the Chinese slaves, the Indian slaves, and they never talk about the Indians, Chinese, and black people that owned slaves. Did you know that the very first slave owner in America was a black man, and he owned black slaves? I've forgotten what his name is. His name was something Johnson. He was a Johnson. But he was the first slave owner, was a black man. And he owned black slaves. Yep. So when people try to tell you this bullshit, and moreover, they sold each other. They would, they would sell each other to slavers, catch people and sell them to slavers that they did, a tribe that they didn't like and they wanted that area. They'd go to war and catch them and sell them to slavers. Not only that, but did you know that there were uh, there were black people over here before the slaves came among the Native Americans? We even have proof of that. Karameo Ahau, Karameo Ahau, I think his name is. Very hard to pronounce, but I think I've left some of his links in our chat or on our channel, on our, no, on our, I've left some of his links on our wall in MeWe. And he talks about that um, there were black people here long before, and there were black people all throughout Europe too, before slavery ever got started here. And yeah, things are not the way they've been presented. It's all been divisive. Did Bomber get mad at me? Look, I don't know what you mean when I'm reading chat. I'm trying to figure out what you mean. If she's mad at me, tell her that I didn't mean it that way, but she didn't mean it that way either, and I know that. She didn't mean it in any bad way. Oh, Lord. But Bomber can get pissed off at things that honestly I didn't. Now, see, I can piss people off without even trying. Probably pissed her off. Yeah, they sold their own people out of into slavery, yeah. Oh, Sag and Aquarius can have a lot of fun. But yeah, it's weird. It's a weird time. I'm glad that I'm not a girlfriend. I'm glad I'm not in love, like that kind of love with him. If I was, I don't know how I would be handling that. Um, if we had a different kind of relationship, it wouldn't be working. So I just let it go. Just don't try to control anything about it and just let it go. And I've come to that point where it's okay. You know, I'm fine. Right, Slav, slave, right? For centuries. Yeah, to forget the Israelites. People forget them. Yeah, everybody has been a slave at one point. Everybody's background has slaves in it. Everybody, everybody, everybody. Right. Yeah, Sasquatch don't understand ownership either. Yeah, the Cherokee didn't have a word for mine. Yeah, and Cherokee's my background. Yeah. So when they thought they were giving him land, they were just saying, oh no, you can be here. They didn't know about the white man's thoughts about owning land. They didn't know any of that. They didn't understand that. Christy Cherokee, okay. Autocorrect is doing weird things. Okay, Bomber, I'm glad because some people get so pissed off and they'll say things and not mean a damn thing really by it. I'm sorry, I'm plain spoken. Sometimes you just got to deal with it. I deal with everybody else being plain spoken. You know, that's the thing about Ben is sometimes he'll apologize and everything, but honestly, Ben is very plain spoken and that's cool. You know, and some people have said, oh my goodness, but it's like Ben is a plain spoken person. He doesn't bother me. Those are the ones that bother me. The ones that don't tell you the truth, the ones that ain't straight up, those are the ones that bother me. The ones that are straight up with you don't bother me. That's fine. Right. I mean, you don't have to agree on everything. You don't have to agree on everything to love one another. You don't have to agree on everything to get along. You don't have to agree on everything, as a matter of fact. Yeah, that was the Stoics. One of the Stoics said, remember, was it remember who it was, which one it was. Marcus Aurelius, or who was it? Said, remember, you don't have to agree or disagree. You can be neutral. There are times when you can simply be neutral. People come to me with flat Earth, and there's no such thing as space. And I'm there, or crater Earth, or some other configuration. And they're very, 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 very invested in it. But I sit there and go, well, I can't prove it either way. But, if that works for you, can't prove it either way. I can't prove it to you one way or the other. Oh, making a joke about the old saying, much love and favor to you, Brandy Robinson. You got to get one of these power packs that I have. I wouldn't be, I try to take it everywhere I go. I charge it up and then I take it out so I don't ever run entirely out anymore. You know what? I love you guys. Whoever is leaving, love you. Just know that you're very special and you're creators. And I'm so glad that you're on my channel. So, and when you do, dream well and dream big. Deception, intentional deception, malice, inability to agree to disagree. Yeah, me too. Yep. Ain't no good guy. There ain't no bad guy. There is only you and me, and we both disagree. Oh, oh, so let's leave it alone, 'cause we can't see eye to eye. Yes, he's mine as in my friend. Yes, yes. You too, other lovely light. You sure Hank had done it this way. This way. You sure Hank had done it this way. That is kind of funny, even just to think about how what would Hank do? Oh, that leaves it open, doesn't it? What would Hank do? That's true. Honestly, it's like that's another thing about us. Look at us. Ain't nobody telling us nothing unless we're, you know, I mean, and yet we will listen, right? We'll all listen to your point of view, but it's like you can't, but you're not going to tell me what to do. You're not going to tell me what to think. I may decide different. I may decide I might change my mind, but you're not going to tell me. Look at how we are. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm really happy with the way the channel's growing, even though it's not huge. It's not a huge channel, but then again, maybe that's not its purpose. Maybe its purpose is just to find other people like us and be a tribe. Maybe that's all it's for. Maybe our tribe is not huge yet, but maybe it will be one day. That's another thing, music. Music is so vital. Music is very important. Very important. It carries so much. It carries a vibration, and we're all into music. Yeah, I call my cats my fur children. My little fur boy. He's my little fur kid. I treat him like a baby, and he's fine with that. He likes to be a baby. I don't do big crowds either, love. I don't, YJ. Yeah, I can't quite handle big crowds. I never could. And sometimes I had to perform in front of them. When I was doing the belly dancing, imagine that. I had to get over all that shit and just do my thing because sometimes I remember being in a packed hall and and having to sing. Well, you sing a funny song, you tell some jokes, you give them some balloons, a scroll, and do your belly dancing. And that's what I was there to do. And honest to God, I don't know how I did that. I had to just tell myself it was just a gig, but I did a good job. I got a good tip. But you know what? It's like I've sung for hundreds and hundreds of people, and I've sung for one or two people in those things. I did it the same. I gave them a good show regardless. I remember one time it was 100 and some degrees, and there was a pool there, and all I wanted to do was jump in that swimming pool. I didn't want to do my routine. Just wanted so bad to jump in that swimming pool, but I couldn't do it. Everybody was sweating buckets, and they decided they had to hold this outside, right? Yeah, you can. The thing is, though, is you can own the avatar in this world. You can own the avatar, but you can't own the consciousness. No matter what you do, even if you lay claim somehow to my avatar, you don't own my consciousness. You're never going to do that. So we got to bear that in mind always. He's Where's Cowboy? Oh, he's probably in his cat cave under the bed. He's an old cow cat. Nothing wrong with that. He never rode a horse, but he's got my hat, a cowboy hat. He's a cowboy who's never seen a cow, except for in burgers and beef cat chow. Fill his food bowl up when he says meow, and being a little kid, he's okay. He loves it when I sing. He'll probably come out when I sing, or maybe he's sleeping. Well, I'm mom, but he knows that. He respects that. I'm mom. Actually, tomcats like it when you're mom. Did you know they're all mama's boys? Tomcats are all mama's boys. They do love their mom. They love their mommy. That isn't how it goes, though, YJ. That's not a walk-in. That's a possession. And I'm going to break this right now. Ruth Montgomery's the one who came up with the term walk-in. And then other people took that and used it wrong. But originally, it was a contract. A walk-in does not boot anybody out. A walk-in has a contract, a soul contract, mutually agreed upon. That is a soul contract. Otherwise, you're talking about a possession. A walk-in cannot walk out, or the body dies, unless another walk-in walks in. That's a walk-in. I'm not bawling anybody out. I'm just tired of it being misused. Because I think we need to be a little bit more precise in our speech so we are all aware of what it means. I myself might be a walk-in because there's no way that I could have avoided. He tried to avoid the accident that killed me. I was different after. My style of art changed. How do I know I'm still the same one? Good question, huh? How do I know I'm the same person from before? I'm different than they were. It looks to me like a soul contract happened there. Am I a different version of me? That may also be. Perhaps I'm in a different version of reality than I was in before. In that reality, I died and stayed dead. I don't know. Hard to prove. You can, apparently, you can swap your meat suit to somebody else when you're done with it. The whole thing happens because the other person's done with it. Either they would have died, or they would have committed suicide, or something. But the other person would have been done with it. And that's why a soul contract like that happens. You agree you're going to pick up the meat suit and use it. It's still useful. So mine was pretty broken up, but it was still useful. So very interesting. Yeah, the alpha. I'm the alpha. I'm the mommy. I have to listen to me because I'm the one paying the bills. I got to pay the bills. I got to keep people happy so that we have a home. So they got to listen to mom. I'm the one that protects them and keeps them safe so that they can keep having their beautiful little lifestyle, getting their bellies rubbed and eating good food and living under a bed in a cat cave where he can be safe and happy. And I mean, I'm the one doing all that. So yeah, I gotta be mommy. I gotta say, no, you can't go there. You have to go in your box. You gotta think inside the box. Yeah, you have always been here. Gosh. Right, right. Circle K. I remember that. That was my show. Yeah. Babylon 5. That was my show, man. I could really relate to that. It was a good show. I actually had a time like that when I was on the plane of oneness. Boy, was that weird. I was meditating and I found myself on the plane of oneness. And I'm looking around and I'm going, where am I? It seemed like I was in a room, in a chair, some kind of chair. Oh my God. And I said, I just happened to think. I don't know. I'm afraid I don't want to say that right now. But I'll tell you what it said. It said things like, when I said, where am I? You've always been here. I said, where am I? How did I get here? And it says, you've always been here. And I said, who are you? I'm you. What? It was weird. It was really trippy. But it was like I was in some kind of a building, in some kind of a chair. Cow. Is that where my body is? Is that where my body? My other body? Could that be in the library, place where I'm from? Holy cow. But the voice was me, apparently. Weird, huh? Anyway, are you legal or illegal alien, right? Yeah. Extra strange encounters. ESEs, extra strange encounters. That should be a new abbreviation for us, ESEs. We have to deal with extra strange encounters. uh, oh, that's funny. Extra strange encounters. Circle K's bunny was all legal. Well, there's a difference between illegal and unlawful. One is a sick bird. Bum bum. The government knows about us, huh? You think the government knows about us? You want to see it, boss? You looking at one right here. Anyway, yeah, ESEs. Extra strange encounters. Have you had an ESE recently? We got to remember. Have you had an ESE? So he was highly religious both before and after. Well, they try and match you up so you don't look completely disjointed. Like, I know I was an artist before, but my style of art changed. It was very apparent to people. We had a lot of things in common, but I couldn't remember how to do some things. There's a lot of things I just forgot how to do. I couldn't do them anymore. I used to know how to do. And some things that I could do that I couldn't do before. And the style of art completely changed. Similar, we did similar subject matter and everything, but the style completely changed. So, who am I? Possessed. It's all just thought forms, yeah. Ah, fuck it. Yeah. Religious people get possessed. Sometimes they even get repossessed. Sometimes I think people get repossessed. Okay, that's it. You didn't pay your dues. Somebody else is getting this body. That'd be weird. I'm sorry, but you're way behind in your payments of your dues. And so we're going to have to lease this body to somebody else now. You've made it about a year without an ESE. Well, congrats. Well, here's the thing. The agreement is you must take on the karma of the previous resident. You must take their karma. And according to Ruth Montgomery, everybody that does this has purpose, specific purpose. Is it a purpose to experience something in particular? Perhaps. You could look at it that way. Taking on a set of already running programs for the experience, perhaps. But in my case, I have a job. I have a job to do. Yeah, repo man. Maybe at some point, if you ain't paying your dues on your meat suit, you know, no. Really, what it is honestly, when I think about it, the person I was had actually done what she said she was going to do with her life. She had accomplished it. And maybe she was done. She'd done it. She did it. She had her own little artist co-op. She got married. She had her own house with her husband. Had her own little artist co-op thing going on. Met a whole bunch of celebrities. Maybe she'd done it. Maybe she'd done it all, and she was okay. I'm out now. That's what I wanted to do. Because it was the stuff that I said in school and college that I wanted to do. I'd done it. Or she had. Yeah, me woman didn't make it on tonight. She might not have got the note. She's been having all kinds of issues. She's another person. Send a little energy her way because she's going through a lot too. She's another person who's homeless. She's homeless too. She happens to be staying somewhere right now, but she's technically homeless. And he's wanting favors. So, and they usually do eventually. I know what that's like. Bunny could talk to Ken Wheeler, but Circle K doesn't have a chance. Ken Wheeler? Who's Ken Wheeler? The ESC habitats, especially the downtown city areas. Are we talking woke ESCs? Woke ESCs are some of the scariest ones, aren't they? It's like an alien, honestly. Some of them, it's like talking to an alien. In fact, I've had more in common with some aliens. Oh my gosh, we've been on way over 4 hours. It's 4:20, folks. We've been on 4:20 hours. 4 hours and 20. You know what that means? 2:27 here. Gosh, it's getting late. And as much as I love yous, and you know I do these streams because I love you and I want to be with you because you're all so cool. You're all so cool. I just love you. So, yeah, it is creepy, but it happens. It happens, Overlander. Yeah. So, you know, I can tell. I could use a break. I'm not in as much pain as I usually am. So that's a plus. I'm really happy about that. I'm not feeling as much pain as I usually feel. However, I have been going 4 hours and I need to go to the bathroom and do stuff like that, get something to drink, etc. because I'm thirsty because some of you out there have cotton mouth. Thanks a lot. I told you to bring drinks, bring your own beverage so I don't feel all of your cotton mouth. Being an empath sometimes has its drawbacks. Oh, the multiple personality types. Oh, God, those. See, I don't want to leave, though. Ken, oh, you're gonna have to leave that link in our MeWe chat because we'll look at it then. I will forget to find it, to look for it. Yeah, unfortunately, YJ, I had to tell you this, but if you're a woman, it's especially bad. It's almost ubiquitous. Somebody's going to expect things of you. Either that or you're their house bitch. That's the two ways it goes. Either you're their house bitch or you're the hoe. That's usually how it goes. Unless you can come up with enough cash to pay your way out of that. And usually when you're homeless and trying to get your bearings again, you don't do that. You don't. It takes a while. So for a little while, you're in the breeze. Yep. It's pretty yucky. But that's pretty typical. Yet, I survived all that. Well, buckaroos, much as I hate to say it, because I won't see you again, probably I won't be on again until Sunday then. I don't want to leave yet. I feel like taking a break and coming back. Are you guys, if I took a break, would you guys still be interested in going further with this, or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go? Bum, 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 bum. Should I stay or should I go now? Ken, I don't know who that is. Yeah, intellectuals. That may be why I kind of like John Levy. Although he has one of the most boring voices, it's also kind of soothing in a strange way. I like to listen to him. But you know what? It's funny with John Levy because the more he's investigated this stuff, the less happy he sounds. In the very beginning of his channel, when you look at some of his older stuff, he sounds a lot more upbeat. And then as time goes on, as you look in, then you get to the present time and he sounds very disappointed with life. He's just, all of the little happy lilt in his voice is gone. And now it's just, so this is the way it is. It's all a lie. Everything's a lie. Everything's been nothing but a lie. It's all lies. That's what I hear in his voice now. Well, it's pretty sobering when you find out the truth. It's like finding out there is no Santa Claus. Yep. Which brings us full circle. You're going to be awake for a while? Okay. I tell you what, I'm going to go take a pee. Well, actually, I'm going to leave one. I don't understand that term, take a pee, take a shit. I always leave some. I won't take it. I don't know, man. That's kind of weird. So I'm going to go release. I'm going to go to the little releasing room. I'll be back. We'll see how I feel when I get back. Oh, how am I going to get out of here? Okay, I can't really. I'm going to have to dismantle everything to get out of here. Okay. I guess I am going to call it. I am going to call it because really I have some things I should be doing, but I'm going to be here Sunday, don't worry. I'm going to be here again Sunday at right around 10 o'clock. I'm going to be here Monday at right around 10 o'clock. So Eastern, so whatever that is, at whatever time that is for you, look for me to be here around then. And I will see you then. And I'll probably see you in other chats. And take care. I love you. The truth is where you find it. And if you want a truth is where you, well, look who joined us. Were you hiding back there all that time? Yes, Mom. Hearing me talk about you? Yes, Mom. There he is. Feast your eyes one last time. Mr. Wonderful, the cowboy. Mr. Fluffy Belly. He says, Mom, it's about time. He heard me say I'm gonna sign off. So he's wanting his belly rubbed now. Four and a half hours. We've been here 4.5 hours. I'm sorry. It's time for me. I need to go. I'll see you Sunday. I love you. The truth is where you find it. I hope you're finding some of it here. You are divine. So, and when you dream well and dream big. Because remember, you create reality. You're creators. You create reality. Rip up the code that doesn't suit you and replace it with code that does. And always tell people that you love them. Because many people will be leaving. Yep. Yes, he's wanting to be petted now. He's like, Mom's saying good night, so now I gotta come out and be petted. And she's gonna rub my belly and all's gonna be right with the world. And it sends him right into cat seventh heaven, right? When he gets his belly rubbed, he's just like, oh yeah, life is complete. So yeah, all you need is a good cowboy. Exactly. Right here. See, when I said cowboy, he stood up. It's like, that's me. That's me. I know who I am. I know who I am. I know what my job is. My job is to have a fluffy belly and get petted. My job is to be the hot water bottle. Okay. I'll see you. Yeah, he's way better than a furry hot water bottle. I'll see you Sunday at 10. All right? EST. And in some various chat rooms. Bye bye.